Hey, welcome to V.A.S.T. I'm Jackson Lanzing. It's great to have you here. We are now in our 5th episode here on Geek and Sundry Alpha, and in fact, our very first episode being exclusive here on Geek and Sundry Alpha, so I hope you all followed us. Welcome if you did. If you didn't, I guess you might see this on YouTube, or you might hear your friends talk about this and be like, I'm missing V.A.S.T. So I really hope you come and join us over here at the show, because we are just getting started. This week, we are going to try something a little bit different. Unfortunately, our good friend Jeff Torres, Rake Yikjalmur, is not with us. He is in Iceland being awesome. In fact, I think he's on a plane back from Iceland being awesome, so we don't have Rake. Unfortunately, or rather, quite fortunately, we have a guest star to fill in to do something totally new and different for V.A.S.T. So hold up for that at a later date. I'll introduce her when she shows up. For those of you who follow us on Twitter, you already know who it is, but I'm keeping the secret. So, in the short term, just a couple of things I want to sort of say. For those of you who did join us here on Alpha, thank you very much for taking a chance on the platform, for taking a chance on us, for continuing to support V.A.S.T. It means the world to us. Secondly, and we'll talk about this a little bit at the break, I have some announcements of a personal nature that I want to make at the halfway point. Just some stuff that's gone down in our sort of friend group, and that I want to make sure y'all know about, and if you want to help out, you can. So if I'm a little weird today, that might be why, and we'll deal with all that later, but I hope we can just sort of go on like we were planning. The last thing I want to talk about is the episode itself. This episode is written by Isaiah Sampson, who is a game mod writer. Wahoo, Isaiah! Who's a game module writer and a comic book editor of a lot of stuff that I've done. He is an absolute boss, and he put together a really awesome episode for you guys. Something that I think is uniquely Pac-Ha Peacekeep, that has some really awesome aliens, that has some really interesting dynamics, and probably has a few less ways to die than the last game did. But hey, man, if you watched last week and you saw that the Brightest Eye just shot themselves off into space, nothing is stopping our characters from doing that either. So I look forward to seeing how they turn this little drawing room drama that has been written for them into a horrifying Michael Bay action scene. And with that said, I think I'd just like to welcome you guys to episode 5 of V.A.S.T, entitled Gunboat Diplomacy.
Oh.
Earth is gone.
All of our homeworlds are. Swept away by the dark force known as the SLATE.
Saved by the ancient Pac-Ha and given new worlds.
We are now the Peacekeeper.
We search for justice, truth, equality, and meaning.
And ensure that none will ever have to suffer as we did.
Our aim is true. Our power is great. But the galaxy is vast.
Hey, we're here, welcome. As per always, here at V.A.S.T, we have your standard V.A.S.T crew with, of course, one exception in Jeff Torres, but we'll just pretend he's here. We've got a beautiful little photo of him.
Thank you, Producer Max, for this incredibly lifelike recreation of our beloved Jeff.
Yeah. Slightly smaller than regular.
Kate gave him cat ears, but
yeah, he's
it's
got
very
little cat
light.
ears. They're kind of hard to see, but
I wish we could zoom.
We'll beef them
They're
up.
there.
Trust us, they're there.
They're there.
Watch by the second half, there'll be paper cutouts that are above the paint. We'll just keep making the ears bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, there's lots to do in between rolls. It's fine.
Indeed. All right, so I want to just introduce our cast as we tend to. So let's start with you, Amy.
Hello, I'm Amy Dallin, and so excited to be back playing Captain Lucy Bard. Not at all worried and guilty about all the decisions she made last time.
I think you did pretty okay.
Yeah, I think you're doing
No
good.
one died. No one
Amy-
got brain
Well,
damage.
that means our boss died.
A little bit.
Pac-Ha,
Technically,
our ship died.
technically the Pac-Ha died.
I'm
Yeah.
no idea
Not
what.
any fault of
though.
us. That was the Pac-Ha's own fault.
This is true. This is true. He
Yeah.
really shouldn't have let that guy into his
I think it's more the murderer's
Really
fault.
shouldn't.
It was a
Yeah, I
bad,
mean, in
generally.
all fairness.
But
bad move.
Yeah.
spoilers for anyone who hasn't watched last episode.
Whatever.
At least you punched him good.
Yeah. I'll go
Kate.
me. Yeah, I'm Kayleth. I play Syra the Unbidden, a giant flaming rock monster. But a sweetheart and a softie.
Yeah.
Inside.
Core of
Inside.
kindness.
Beneath all of the armor and fire and
Rock,
weapons.
rock fists.
Yeah, I write comic books,
Flaming
and
rock.
when I'm not doing that, I am here. That's it.
That's all you do.
You also
I
wear
do.
just really dope
like my
sweaters.
sweater?
It's amazing.
If you can't read it, it says 2 women from God.
Amazing.
And when I bought it, the cashier was like, "Oh, your boyfriend will love that." And I was like, "Oh, you think it's for him? Oh, that's
Yeah.
funny." No.
It's awesome.
Anyway, that's me. Hi.
Though on the flip side, I bet Jeremy does love it.
He does, yes.
Yeah.
He thinks it's very funny.
Accidentally accurate. Yeah.
Gina.
Hello, I'm Gina DeVivo. I play Leuven Yikjal Mor, the twin sister of that handsome piece of paper over
Two-dimensional.
there. Yeah, two-dimensional. We do have that alien, just he's not one of them.
And
And I'm the
Colin.
first officer.
Oh yeah.
This
Also
lady.
that.
Also
that.
And I am Colin Kelly. This might be a good idea. Desperately trying to stay alive one more episode. I guess ostensibly the ship's science officer. Yeah. And we're gonna solve some mysteries.
Towards some mysterious circumstances, that appointment to science officer, and something that I imagine
I wish I ever got to find out why that was happening.
After declaring that you would find out, I might give you some opportunities to do so tonight. So keep an eye open. I don't know. Do you think we should just introduce the guest star now?
Yes.
Get everybody all psyched? Are you guys ready? Are you ready? All right, cool. Then I would love to welcome the excellent Amy Vorpal from Geek and Sundry Alpha's show Mothership. And Amy, go ahead and introduce yourself if you like.
Yes, I come straight to you from the mothership of Alpha and Sidekick with Matt Meyer. And I write for those shows, and I'm also in Mothership. So, and you know me from Geek and Sundry probably.
Foreververse hype.
And Foreververse on Geek and
Right, and
Sundry.
Foreververse. So really, it's Amy Vorpal from everything.
All the things Amy Vorpal. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to play my character, which you guys, I'm excited for you to meet this person.
You'll meet her soon, but we will introduce her in good time.
That's right.
It's exciting. It's been a really great collaboration between sort of an initial concept and then where Isaiah took it from a larger perspective, and then I basically gave everything to Amy, and I was like, build what you want. Figure out who this person is, and we can just
Which
rebuild
may or may
from
not have been a good idea.
Yes. In my opinion, an excellent idea. Okay. It turned out great. I can't wait to see how it plays. And based on a little preview I got of how the character is going to be played, I'm extra psyched. So cool. A couple of other little pieces of stuff before we get proper started. If you are one of the many people who has been calling on us to release both instructions on how to play V.A.S.T at home, which, I mean, I'm psyched that you want to do that. So that's incoming. But immediately, one of the things that I have for you is a document that breaks down a good chunk of our fiction, just in terms of what's a Siren, what's a Kirei, what's a Pac-Ha peacekeep. Anything that you might want to know, you might be able to find on a document that you'll find at the top of my Twitter. So if you go to twitter.com/Jackson Lanzing, our writers Richard Budd and Nick Gilman put this together, and I owe them an enormous debt of gratitude for it. This document is going to ideally get added to as we go on, and eventually we will sort of codify it into a more permanent web-based, hosting system when all of us are not running this thing constantly, and that'll happen soon. So in the short term,
like a page on the web.
I'd like to have a whole I'd like to have a whole site on the web.
My stars.
I know. It'll be nuts.
Goodness.
We'll have a destination on the web. I'm told wikis are difficult, but in my experience, they are not. So I am getting excited to maybe build one of those. Guys, here's the thing. When I go on vacation, I write role-playing games. That's how Star Trek happened. The last couple of weeks, I've become relatively encyclopedic on the Fantasy Flight Star Wars games. I get really into this stuff when I don't have a lot to do. So I will be very... I will say right up front that I won't write anything about V.A.S.T in the Christmas break, so that when I write everything about V.A.S.T, you guys are surprised. It's coming, guys. Trust me.
I'm going all the way way back to the part where you say you take vacations.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that.
It happens. Christmas will be a vacation.
What he means is the day he takes off.
I take 1 day. Yes.
The hours that he's sleeping in between working.
Oh gosh, that definitely doesn't happen anymore. Especially now that really off topic, but I picked up Skyrim Legendary, and you gotta understand, I used to be like, I was like, when I had like a lot of time and was like a not so busy a person, I loved Skyrim. I got really into Skyrim. I had this like really in-depth character concept that I played really hard to.
I'm so shocked.
I know, right? I lived as a vampire for months, and and that was before the vampire DLC. That was when being a vampire was just like shitty, and you had to like skulk in the shadows and like sneak into people's houses.
Yeah,
and
best part.
Yeah, I loved it. It was super creepy, and I finally like put it down with like 100 in smithing and whatever the hell else. After I swear to God, I got dumped because I was playing too much Skyrim. And I was like, I think I need to put this down. And picked it back up in a moment of weakness a couple weeks ago. And I'm not staying up until 2 a.m. to play Skyrim now every night. It's not happening.
Tweet Jackson every day. How many jobs is Jack doing today?
Can I count Skyrim among those jobs? Then you can ask me that. All right.
What are we gonna fight in space today?
That's good. That's a really good question.
How many wolves will you get to punch?
Oh my God!
None.
But I
They're
need
my
them
friends.
to love me.
I will tell you that the planet we are going to, as far as I know, has no wolves.
Dang it.
Done. Out.
Blame Isaiah. I have nothing to do with it.
Cancelled.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, cool. Let's get started. I'm gonna just sort of like quickly recap where we're at for anybody who maybe missed episode 3, or just wants a quick refresher on what's up with the crew of the Peacekeep after last week's crazy Brightest Eye episode. So here's the breakdown. After the crew picked up the refugee, this might be a good idea, out on a border world called Border 17 near the Brightest Eye, and thus triggered, or didn't trigger by taking him on, but at the same time, an event triggered around the Brightest Eye that, started to collapse the SLATE in on it. The SLATE being this massive, I say this every game, this massive kind of weather event that is destroying star systems all across the cosmos. As the Brightest Eye started to be threatened by this, slowly but surely, the Pac-Ha Peacekeep did its job and sent a Peacekeep ship in to deal with humanitarian aid. However, along the way, the Pac-Ha on the ship, that being the sort of central command and also like processing center for the ship, was murdered by the previous science officer on the vessel, Major Hro, a Ditopus. Major Hro tried to get away. He tried to hide. Syra lit her fist on fire and punched him so hard that he got stuck in his suit. And now he is in the brig. So the questions as to why he did this, what his motivations were, who he is, all of that are going to be things that we want to answer directly. The other thing to probably note here, while that all went on, there was a lot of work towards getting the new science officer, named under very mysterious circumstances, that very refugee, this might be a good idea, to befriend or at least understand and come to some sort of professional working relationship with 2 people who he had brutally attacked, both Leuven Yixelmore and Rake Yixelmore. Rake didn't take to it quite so well. Leuven has slowly begun, it seems, to thaw on him, but not to the degree that she was happy to let him take off the ankle bracelet, which he still wears to track himself. At the end of the last episode, as they shot themselves through the SLATE and nearly destroyed their vessel to get out of the Brightest Eye, Rake ended up taking a very large drink, not just in front of most of the crew, but in front of the captain and in front of surveillance equipment that had been activated. This is going to have sort of immediate consequences. There's a reason Rake isn't here, beyond the obvious reasons of Jeff's on a plane from Iceland.
For stories?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. If we drink heavily, we get to go to Iceland.
1 second. 10 drinks. That's the best PSA I've ever heard.
No, the point is, don't drink or I won't have you on the show. Ah, damn it. I got
with this nondescript
these
mug?
texts from Jeff after episode 3 that were just like, bro, I think we need to address the drinking situation because like I feel like what we're saying is drink and be awesome, and like Jeff doesn't drink, so like there was kind of this thing where it's like I don't want to make you an avatar for like yay drinking, but it actually ended up fitting really nicely into our storyline, and we're gonna deal with that tonight. So, without further ado, I think we're gonna start.
Let's do it.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's start
space.
episode 5 of V.A.S.T.
I have new dice. I'm very excited.
They're
Oh
really
yeah, I wanted to see those.
I bought Syra dice. They're all flamey and black and
Oh,
red.
sick.
I know. Treat yourself.
You've got turquoise.
Treat yourself.
It's a tad red.
Oh, Amy, wait, do you have your
Pac-Ha blue.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
What?
Fine. Dibs.
Special dice too.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all coming
Wow,
together.
everybody got special dice except for Colin, who has all the dice. That's cool, man. They're my dice. Doesn't that matter?
They're nice. Yeah, they're good special dice.
All right,
They got the
thanks.
good zhuzh.
All right, thanks. Okay, let's do this thing, you guys. Welcome to V.A.S.T. Episode 1.5, Gunboat Diplomacy, starring Amy Dallin, Kate Lett, Gina DeVivo, Colin Kelly, and Amy Vorpal. And, you know, technically Jeff Torres, but like,
Meh.
Iceland.
You know what?
Only in space.
Oh!
Kidding. He'll come back. I'm
Brutal.
Brush the dirt off his face.
Unbidden.
sweet friend.
We're going to begin in the, it's been about a week since the events with Major Crow. The most sort of important thing in regards to what has gone on since then is that you've been recalled back to Peacekeep space. Specifically, you've been called back to Kirei. And that's for the purposes, ideally, of cleaning up the Pac-Ha body that you have on your vessel, which none of you should be touching, replacing your Pac-Ha with a new one, so that your ship might then be redeployed. And also to debrief members of your crew who came into direct contact with the Pac-Ha, like, say, the guy we ended up referring to as, not by his name, Pawaka, which turns out a play on Paul Walker,
Yeah.
not a play on...
No, see, the thing that I did was
Oh no,
Totoro.
it was Totoro.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Totoro.
no, it was
the nurse.
it was Toretto, which was a play on Toretto.
Yeah.
Totoro
We
is
bit that
Toretto.
one.
You're giving away
Yeah.
all our
Yeah.
secrets.
I really screwed that one up. Whatever. Fast and the Furious is over. Now you guys can enjoy all the weird, all of the names were Fast and the Furious references. You guys just go back and check it out. It's crazy. I didn't even know
There's
it was
more.
happening.
Yeah, I'm sure there's more that we don't even
Yeah.
know.
So there was a drive that you guys could have built that was literally an acronym for Vin Diesel. So, all right. But like Toretto needs to get quarantined. But then beyond all of that, they have demanded a direct audience with Captain Bard to better understand and better answer your questions, and also better inform you of your next assignments. And they are going to want Major Crow off the ship. They're going to want to take him and put him into Pac-Ha custody back in the Peacekeep so you guys aren't
I am not
You know.
super excited about having him on the ship, so that works for me.
We can
riding
get rid
around
of
with
him
a Mac
before.
Titanic.
Just scoot him right out of the ship. I'm just saying.
We have some stuff to talk to him about.
So what I'd like to ideally do is, given that we are starting here in, in that sort of week back, I want to give you guys an opportunity to just counsel as a crew. That it's that long table that the captain can sit at and the rest of you can sit and talk about what's gone down, what your feelings are, what your questions are, and how you want to proceed. Obviously, Major Crow is an object for some debriefing, and your ability to do that is entirely up to you. There's other things you might want to think about or consider, or you might not want to consider anything. It's up to you. I just want to kind of leave it to you guys. But for the purposes of, I think, character building, we're going to start with Captain Bard. This meeting is going to happen in a conference room, but we're going to start with you in your quarters. Because you told me about a thing you want to do, and I want you to do it in the game.
Fun.
Yeah, I've turned to one of the side walls in my quarters and you will notice that it's not immediately obvious if you're like, it's in an out of the way area, but I've chosen a section of wall in my quarters. And there are 2 names on that wall. And the first one is the Pac-Ha of the Avalon. And the second one is, you could use a humble friend. Because I don't know what's going to happen to that poor tongue that we tricked last week into thinking we were Brightest Eye.
Right, that guy. I forgot about that guy.
When we got stranded in enemy territory, and it seemed like our survival was my highest priority in that moment because our shields were down. But I don't know what's going to happen to that tongue. And the thing is that while Amy may have a lot of guesses about what the Brightest Eye are like, Lucy doesn't know. I don't know that we couldn't, like, I think we made the right call, but I don't know enough about them to know that we did. So I've got 2 names on my wall, and I know that's probably not like a really healthy long-term plan.
Like a guilt wall?
Wow.
Like, you're just gonna...
They died on my watch or could have, and I don't want to forget.
Lucy Bard, all right.
Yeah, that is
hardcore.
Catholic guilt right there.
Lucy Bard begins her guilt wall.
Yep.
Let's fill it with names. I'll really quickly tell a story, and then I swear I'll be back to V.A.S.T. But to that point, one of our writers, Nick Bragg, in my Star Trek game, one of the first things
I didn't know this. Jack told me
No.
after
Yeah.
I-
This is not a correlative. It's just a good example of me taking this too far. He was like, he was like a young kid, and he had a couple of bodyguards, and they died. And he was like, I'm gonna tattoo their names to my body to like remind myself of these bodyguards that died for me. And then like 3 games later, he had like recruited a fleet, and they all died. And he was like, I guess my name's covered in bodies now, or like names now. So his name's covered in bodies. His body's covered in names now. So he's just like anytime his character ever takes off his shirt now, people are just like always seeing just like all of the names. Anyway, we're gonna do that with the wall. Get it psyched.
I'm glad you
But
did
was his clone covered in names?
Don't get into that. Don't get into that on the middle of. Are you kidding me?
Sorry.
No,
that's okay.
we don't have any questions.
No
about
one
that.
Okay.
talked about that. Okay. So you step out from this sort of like space of loneliness and guilt to find Leuven there to walk you to the conference room. So the 2 of you are sort of walking to the conference room if you have anything you want to chat about.
How is your healing?
I'm all right. You know, Fur is looking a little better.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm okay.
You sure about that?
Definitely wasn't expecting this first couple weeks on the ship.
You heard my brother. This is pretty much exactly how I thought it was gonna go.
I don't know if he's okay.
He'll be fine. He's always fine.
Yeah?
Whether he's right for the ship is a completely different matter, but he'll be fine.
I thought it was the right call. He has a lot of experience out there, but he looks like he's picked up some baggage.
He's a great pilot. He's just a lot of other things too.
How are you feeling about our science officer?
Well, I think he likes us. He tries really hard.
There's so much we
We'll
don't
say
know
that.
about him and his species. Then
I know.
I hate the way we met him, but I could understand he was fighting for his freedom.
Yeah. Who knows how we would react if we were on a ship being sold. But we'll see how that goes too.
I do need your advice on this one. At some point, he's one of us, or
Yeah.
we find another solution.
Keeping my eye on him.
All right.
Colin's face goes wild at the
Like,
concept
don't
of
put me-
another solution.
Don't put me on the wall.
Speaking of alternate ways of viewing, good idea. Syra characteristically is in the briefing room first. She's there on time. She's there efficiently. And you're sort of alone in the space, stars whipping by outside. Suddenly the door behind you opens and good idea steps through.
Early birds, I guess.
That's us, I guess.
I actually had something to talk to you about, if you wouldn't mind exploring an option with me.
What kind of an option are we talking about?
Well, it's a violent option.
Oh. I mean, generally, one of my preferred options, but yeah, I mean, what's
I
up?
can tell you're a creature of strength and vigor, and obviously not a small amount of martial skill. I think you recognize the value in a fight when fighting must be made.
I guess.
Well,
You could say I'm pretty strong. I don't know. It's whatever.
my question is, how much do you know about the brightest eye?
Not much. I mean, I've been on the ship a few years, and our dealings with them have been minimal to nil, I guess. It's all kind of new to me. I need to do some reading.
Reading, yes. There's not much to read, but I guess my question is, if it comes to push or shove, if it comes to our ship, your friends, or strangers, where would your priorities lie?
With my ship and my captain.
With the captain.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I know Rake's not here, and it's probably rude to speak of him, but the one thing that really grates on me is he doesn't listen to the captain. There's no respect for authority, and I mean, look, I come at this from a pretty straightforward angle, but there's someone who is trusted with being put in charge, and it kind of falls apart if you don't trust them too, So that's why I'm here, and that's where I stand. I like to try and keep it simple. The moral gray areas I'm not so great with.
I agree. Black and white, simple solutions, strong solutions in the hands of the people who can make those choices.
More or less.
It's not up to us.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I've got some questions that, some stuff has happened. I'm not really used to questioning orders. I don't know. I have some stuff I need to think through, and well, I guess, meeting. That's where that happens, so we'll see.
I agree entirely. Thank you for hearing me out. I just wanted to see what was going on behind those basalt eyes. Eyes?
Sure.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah. We've established that at the very least, Syra can maintain the semblance of eyes.
Yeah.
And as Good Idea tries to figure out the right word for rocky ocular globes, the doors open and both Commandant Yikjal Moore and Captain Bard step through. The four of you being the senior staff of the ship, excluding obviously Rake, who is currently sleeping off his relatively enormous hangover from the flight out of the SLATE. The four of you are all together. Let the meeting commence.
Captain?
Sarah, Lieutenant Sarah, this might be a good idea.
Captain?
I'm so glad you all could join me. I am in uncharted waters.
But in space.
It's an old Terran expression. It means that this is new. This command and this ship mean a lot to me. Your counsel has been valuable to me for a long time, and you have been an incredible ally and asset in the couple of weeks we've been here. But I'm facing a lot of stuff I didn't expect. And Good Idea. I can't tell you how grateful we were for your help.
That's my pleasure, of course. No, anytime,
There's
of course.
so much we don't know. This may not be the time. There's so much I would like to know about your life and where you came from and the brightest eye and...
I would be happy to answer any questions you had. What you've said in the last bit there, I think, though, is the most pressing concern. For myself, obviously, I think you all realize at this point that you've got a bit of a hot ticket item aboard your ship.
Are you being pursued?
Well, I left under gray circumstances. They certainly will have some interest in procuring me back. I think the arrival of Humble Friend may have been not entirely accidental.
The tongue that we met last time.
Yes, the tongue. And I have a sinking feeling that this ship is not entirely prepared for whatever it may encounter.
At the moment, we're not prepared for much. We don't have a Pac-Ha.
It's true.
Which is a whole other situation to deal with. I mean,
I have to thank you, Lieutenant Sarah, for your incredible valor and success in containing Major Crow.
it's nothing. It's fine. Happy to do it. But when it all went down, I mean, I never liked the guy. That's obvious. But he was disturbed. I think he saw something. He said that he tapped into the Pac-Ha, that he saw their thought process or their connection or you know, them in general. So much more than we know. And again, I've worked on the ship and never questioned it. You know, we do what we are told, but I'm having some concerns. And he's locked up right now, and I got to question him a little bit, but I kind of had to punch him until he stopped, you know, killing people.
Crying.
Yeah, so I haven't talked to him since, but I think it's... The question here is, do we want to question him, or is that something that the Pac-Ha would disagree with? I leave this up to you, but I am willing to punch again, is what I'm saying, if I have to. It was fun.
We will absolutely turn him over to the justice of the Pac-Ha, but I want to know what happened on my ship.
I think you deserve those answers, Captain. Such as, personally, I'm wondering if we all recall, once the heinous action was executed, Pac-Ha, R.I.P., we blasted into Brightest Eye space.
That shouldn't have happened.
Under what circumstances, in any universe, does a gas man of the...
The word is Ditopus.
Ditopus?
Yeah.
Does a Ditopus want to flee into quarantined, hyper-deadly Brightest Eye space? That is something I can't rationalize myself, and while I certainly know things about the Brightest Eye that you don't, which as I've said, I'd be happy to share, there's nothing there that squares the two. There's no secret there. There's no Ditopus don't have any background.
Do you
no
believe
reason.
it was intentional?
Well, it had to be.
I mean, the murder part, yes, but the sabotage of our ship systems, I wasn't aware that they were connected to the Pac-Ha in the way that it turns out they are.
Well, the timing is irrefutable, and when we dove into the system, it was clear that a destination had been set. To what end, I do not know, and I do not like it.
Lulu, what do you think?
I was unaware that Ditopus had set a destination.
I want to ping in here real fast.
Did that?
Is that not?
That's not entirely
what
accurate.
happened. Yeah, because
that's
the
not
Pac-Ha
what
was
happened.
plugged in.
Pac-Ha
That's
was-
correct. So just to correct the record
correct.
here
Yeah.
for a second. What happened was the murder was intentional. Clearly, he's
Yes.
confessed to it.
Yeah.
He murdered the Pac-Ha. Upon doing that, your course was already set for the Brightest Eye because you were doing humanitarian work in the Brightest Eye. When that went off, all that offlining the Pac-Ha did was send all the computer systems into panic mode and thus take the ship to crossing speed.
Right.
Towards its already, determined destination.
Got it.
The Ditopus did not itself indicate that. Now, good idea can by all means posit that as a concept. I just want to be clear that that's not what
But
happened.
from my investigations, I would know that's not
You
what
can
happened.
say that's not
right?
what happened. Exactly,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
That's not what happened.
My mistake. I misread the system. 1,000 apologies.
It's his first time looking at
I
Pac-Ha
don't know
peacekeeping
this.
systems.
I can't spell really. I'm really guesstimating on a lot of this stuff.
You've taken to our technology in a really surprising way.
Oh, I'm a quick learner.
And then I say everything he just said.
Yeah.
So that basically, because I was there, and it was that the Pac-Ha was plugged into the computer like sort of a heart pumping into it. And then when the Pac-Ha died, it sent the ships into crisis mode. So it wasn't, he didn't direct us into that. The ship did as sort of an emergency break, but the opposite, where like you're about to crash and then the car goes faster. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the best way to set up a computer system, but I'm not a scientist.
It's a surprise to all of us, I think.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Crow say anything else about why he did this? I assume he wasn't happy about our new chain of command.
Yeah, that was part of it, but I think he was disturbed more so than that. I don't know. Why he did what he did is something I would like to know more about. I know he was very upset about that, but I think he was very determined to find out who the Pac-Ha were, why we obey their directives, and what they know, and what their goals are. And
Captain, I say we interview him. It can't hurt to get any information, because I don't know about you, but I'm sick of not knowing what's going on our ship.
Not a fan of it myself.
So let's see what he saw, let him tell us the tale, and we can decide if he's crazy or not.
All right. Any objections?
No, I certainly think it's a great idea to get more information. I think there's an important thing to think of and keep in mind in our exodus from that situation. That entire situation most likely either ended in two ways. Either how it did, Rake, excellent pilot, we got out of there, or our assured death. I do not know what the Brightest Eye, I do not know what the Pac-Ha plan was to send us in there. But the Brightest Eye do not negotiate. And they don't have diplomacy. I should know. It's what my species is bred for. There is no such thing as polite chatting, peace. There is conquest. There is death. There is murder, and there is destruction. So if we are going to pursue this kind of endeavor in the future, as captain of this ship, regardless of what the Pac-Ha may be telling us, or mission they may be putting us on, you should know that that was almost assuredly a death trap.
But to offer aid and mercy to those in need is our mission, regardless of their intentions.
And it's a great way to put our heads right into the lion's mouth. Aid and mercy is weakness and softness.
I don't know about that.
According to the Brightest Eye.
Huh. Fair.
If we do end up in such a situation ever again, it would behoove you as captain and Syrah as tactical officer, and even Syra, so sorry, Syra, as tactical officer, and even I always mess up your name.
It's fine.
Yikjalmor, Commandant Yikjalmor, to protect this ship with a weapon a defensive measure that may be more apt to keeping us safe.
Do you have something in mind?
I have something in mind. It would take time to deploy and develop, but it is something that we could put together that may take advantage of some of the innate structural weaknesses of the Brightest Eye, both biology and technology.
I'm not against it.
Lieutenant Sarah, I would love for you to work with you. With this, might be a good idea on the development of a possible effective defense.
Is it like a big gun, or what's its deal?
It could be a gun. I mean,
it's cool.
Captain, you should know the Brightest Eye are more than just a single entity. They connect. They speak to each other through a beyond words, beyond traditional kinds of communication, through a kind of network called the concordance. They're plugged in. They speak to each other on many different levels. That is something that is a weakness. It gives them strength, but it gives us an in, because they're part beast and part machine. And anytime you have that kind of combination, well, there's vulnerability.
Well, you obviously have sophisticated reason. Can they not be reasoned with?
Oh, there are reasonable elements within the Brightest Eye, certainly. Generally, that rationality is to kill, maim, destroy, conquer. But it does trickle down. Think of it like I've been doing some research, like your human brain. Many small decision makers combine into a massive network. Individually, each cell is virtually useless. But combined, you have an insanely, incredibly advanced reasoning apparatus. The individual brightest eye are brutish and small and cruel. But when you network them together, I mean, Captain, they're capable of indescribable beauty. As long as that beauty is conquest, mayhem, and destruction.
If your comparison is apt, the human brain is capable of those things as well, but many others.
Many others, and as you well know, in talking with any being with such a mind, there's the opportunity that they put a knife to your throat or into the heart of your best friend.
How did you escape this concordance?
I was...
I don't wish to push. If you need, Counselor Stu can talk to you about your experiences. But
Yes, use Counselor Stu.
We love Counselor Stu. Captain, I have to be entirely honest. I'm not ready to talk about it. It is a relatively complex situation that even I don't entirely understand. What I can tell you is you rescued me from a cage. And traditionally, if there is a caged part of your mind, if there's a part of you that is unwell, you don't connect it to the healthy organ. You generally sever it.
But if there was one of you who could be reached, who can see beauties instead of horrors, there must be more. They deserve our help.
Can I roll a persuasion check?
Yep. All right.
You just wanted us to argue about the brightest eye, right? That was...
Yep. So this is a social convince, which is a 15 for you. Good idea. And let me just make sure that checks everything. That checks everything. And then Bard, you are going to be rolling a social defense, which is 11. I will remind you early in this game, you have willpower. It's a thing you can use. Probably don't use all of it right at once because you only got it for this one game, but, you know.
Use it all right now.
Yeah, but you got it when you want it. All right, go ahead and do your rolls. This is a social convince versus a social defense between Good Idea and Captain Bard.
All right.
We're looking for 7s and above.
Oh. Oh, wait.
Oh my god.
Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Any crits?
Is that a 10?
How many zeros?
3 zeros.
Okay, and how many successes?
Wow.
1, 2, 3,
You had
4,
a 10
5, 6,
too.
7, 8, 9,
You got rid of it.
10. No, there were the zeros.
You had one that said 10, didn't you?
No, it probably said 1.
So, sorry, how many successes?
10.
10 plus 3 crits?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
4.
So.
4 successes.
Yeah, he pushes above the outstanding check with crits. So here's how this, I think, functions out. What you are trying to convince her of, and let me just make a general understanding of exactly what you're trying to convince her of. Actually, you know what? You tell me.
Yeah.
What exactly are you trying to convince her of?
I am doing my best to convince her that conversation and diplomacy with the brightest eye is a fool's errand, and that her instinct should most likely be danger, threat, and danger and threat to the entire ship.
So here's what I think I can give you, because I think what you're arguing here against is Captain Bard's primary motivation, which is to not resort to that kind of thing whenever possible. What he is saying to you and the conviction with which he is saying it kind of shakes you. Because what he's literally saying is people like me can't be reasoned with, which is kind of a crazy thing to hear when clearly he can be. You're
Also,
sitting here reasoning with him.
And keep in mind, they locked me up.
Yeah.
Right.
So I can see keying into that and getting a very strong impression right now of that much as I might want things to be a certain way, they might not be that way.
Yeah, so between this and the near miss in the Brightest Eye and the stories you've heard of the Brightest Eye, I think it's safe to say that we can kind of target Bard for being a little bit warier of the Eye moving forward. Like, not that you don't want to help them out. You know, it's your character. You run as far as you want to in that direction. But keep in mind that you now have a pretty good idea that if you do end up in a scenario with one of them, the first thing you should do is reach for your weapon, if only for your own safety. Make sense? And I think this goes without saying, but he should have essentially tacit approval now for the development of his weapon.
Yeah.
Defensive measure.
Yeah. So between the two of you, we're going to look at that throughout the game to sort of get a start on that. In the short term, however, unless there's anything else we want to cover, you have a debriefing of Major Crow to do before you guys arrive on Key Ray. Make sense?
Mm-hmm. Great.
Killer. All right, who do you want to debrief, Captain? Like, technically this is Syra's job, but if you want to be involved in it or whatever it is, go for it.
Lieutenant Syra, I would love to find out anything we can from Major Crow.
Yeah. I mean, yes, Captain. Sorry. Yep.
Yippers.
Yep. Yes, of course. I mean, you know, feel free to ask. I'll come with you, or I can ask the questions.
Would you be willing to lead the investigation?
I'll do my best.
Can you think of any reason why? I'm trying to think. I don't know that he said something about not wanting to work under a human, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. His subtle racisms.
So yeah, I don't know any reason I wouldn't want to be there for it. Lulu, do you want to be here for this?
I would love to. I've worked with him on a previous ship. We already know he has some negative tendencies towards you two. I might be able to shake something out of him. I'm getting really good at the yelling. I like the yelling. So I'd like to do it again.
It's fun.
Show your claws.
All right, cool. So the two of you walk in.
Three of us?
Three of us.
Oh, it's all three of you. I'm sorry.
I'm coming.
Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna
know.
take a
I
back
just
seat,
didn't think
but
Bard was. I understand. Bard. So all three of you are walking.
I think because I don't think I know that he said anything.
Right, that he doesn't like
specifically,
humans.
Like
Yeah.
I'm just planning to be there, but let you guys take the lead.
I don't
Into it.
think I would ever tell the captain that someone was rude to her, but she needed to know.
I think that makes sense.
I'm very protective.
Yeah. Why bring it up? You know.
Loyal is the only lawful good
Lieutenant Cyrus.
character I've ever played. It's so weird. I'm just like, rules are good. Do what you're told.
I don't know how to think about these rules. I have some thinking to do. I was like, man, I'm really excited about where Syra goes in like
she's
5
very,
episodes.
She's very conflicted.
She's gonna have to think about those rules.
I mean,
conflicted.
none of us have ever been on a ship without a Pac-Ha. This is weird.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, it's definitely never happened, and I definitely think Syra has never considered questioning them.
Well,
It's been a big day.
Seen them.
speaking of questioning, you step into the Avalon's brig, which, like everything in the Avalon, is like crazy sophisticated and relatively humane. The actual brig space itself is rather large. It's maybe a 5 by 10 box. It's got a force field between it that's then reinforced with a glass pane or what looks like a glass plane, what is actually something much closer to like transparent aluminum. Within that box is a private area for him to, were he to be a like human or another species that like ate food, to go to the restroom, and like there's a little area for him to sleep, and there's actually a little partition, so he has some small amount of privacy. It's a generally, if you're in this kind of brig, you're not like a war criminal. As you walk in, the brig to the Avalon is otherwise not filled, so it's a bunch of empty cells that you sort of walk down, the three of you, until you arrive at Crow's cell. You find him sitting in his suit in a sort of cross-legged position, sitting right in the middle of the room, everything else untouched. He just sort of regards you.
So, how are you?
I am as we all are. Doomed.
See, this is what I was saying, Captain. He's a little shaken, I think. Crow, do you want to maybe talk to us about what happened?
I am not shaken. I have simply seen the light.
Yeah, you said that when you connected with the Pac-Ha, right? You saw.
I saw them.
And what was it that you saw? Captain, I mean, feel free to, if you have any questions, this is about where we left off.
He just sort of regards across all three of your faces. I saw the lie at the heart of it all.
And what was that?
And he goes silent and he looks down. And he looks back up at you. They found us. Moved us. But did not shape us. They do not care for us as you think they do. They use us. They use all of you. I will not be used any longer. I would not be used by it.
For
And
what?
I will not be used by you.
You would have served with me. We would have done good together.
With a Terran. Yes. We would have done good.
I want to growl at him like a little bit threateningly because he was sassy to the captain.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll an intimidation roll for 8, please.
Okay. It's just like, don't
Don't sass my captain.
sass my captain.
Beat a 7.
I got 6.
Hey, that's real close.
Man, these new dice are doing well for me.
It's actually, I mean, better. 6 out of 8 is a good score.
It is.
Do you have any crits on that?
A 2.
Hey, all right. See, he looks at you. He noticed. He knows what you can do. He looks down at the
Yeah, he
dent.
does.
He looks down at the dent in his chest, where once his seal was. The good you describe is a band-aid over, probably doesn't use the word band-aid, he probably uses bandage, is a bandage over a wound too large to contain. A wound that will never stop bleeding. And yet, you hold yourselves. We hold ourselves against the blood. And
this
think it will not touch us. That it will not seep into us. That the tragedy will not make us hard. And angry. And dark. Like it has made them.
You are the one who shed blood.
She's got a
This sense
point.
of futility justifies taking a life?
It has died before. And then it just shuts down. like the body just collapses in on itself.
The temptation to just go, ooh, is so strong. So has he left the suit? Or
He hasn't left the suit. He's just like making a like I'm done talking to you motion.
Oh, okay. All right.
It doesn't mean you need to be done talking to him. I'm just saying what he does.
Do we have a guard posted in here?
Yes.
Plus
Yeah, you have
okay.
2 guards. There's one on either side of the thing watching him. Your ship has redundancy. You got crews.
Yeah.
Major Crow. Former Major Crow.
Sorry.
He does not move. Do you want to try to? You want to roll for that?
Sure. What do I?
This is a command roll,
Yep.
which is 16 for you.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, add 1 to that for your intimidation. So 17, please.
Dang, girl.
Which is
may have accidentally
his
min-maxed
social
for this.
defense is a 17. So you're
Dang.
it's a 7. You got to beat.
Come on, Lucy. I would.
If not, I need one of y'all to stay if you want to.
Yeah, dude. I can punch whatever.
Pretend I'm leaving.
It's what I do.
I like that I said stay and you interpreted that as hit him a lot.
I know.
Yeah.
I love that. Instead of just maybe reason with him or
helping.
ask him.
Thank you.
questions.
Helping, Captain.
0.
Ooh.
Look at this.
0.
Look at this.
Ooh, lots of 10.
Wow.
Good here.
Yeah.
All right.
Do the ones take away from the zeros?
Yeah.
Boo. Why
would you
did I
ask
ask that
that?
question?
One's negate zeros. Yeah, you could have just kept that secret from me. I haven't been asking you if you had any crit fails.
More lawful good than me.
4, 6, 8. I've got 10. One is 3 of them. 4 of them are zeros.
10
but
with
I
4
also
crits?
Got, yeah.
Okay, so
but
that's-
1.
14 to 13. It's still an outstanding success. He
Nailed it.
Nice.
his eyes light up again. And he stands up. And he walks to the glass slowly on his weird little stubby legs. And he just looks right at you.
Use us for what?
I don't know.
Okay.
And yet you're so sure it's for something not good?
It is for something futile.
Captain, do you have anything else you want to ask here?
Brilliant insights into the hopelessness of the universe. I'm not sure I need them.
Well, Crow, I hope you got what you were looking for. I believe we're on our way to take you to someone who can deal with you better than we can.
They can do nothing to me. I grew up on a world where they were worshipped like gods. A family where they were worshipped like fathers and mothers. On vessels where they are treated as captains, as more than captains. And in all cases, we did this for what? They can do nothing to me. My life was a lie. The lie is revealed.
All that is revealed is that you had murder in your heart, Major Crow. You're a disgrace to the Peacekeep. You're a disgrace to this ship, and I wish I'd never laid eyes on you.
Sorry,
I'm
I
done.
can't help but smiling. You're too awesome. You just walk?
I'm done.
The captain walks. You guys stay?
I have been sporting a look of intense internal conflict for the past, entire back half of his conversation where I'm like, really uncomfortable with people shaking the foundations of my belief system. And then I'm just gonna go, I'm with her. And then I look at the guards and say, if anything happens, if he says anything, please let me know. And then I will follow the captain out.
You don't even need to roll for this, but I'm going to have you do it.
Okay.
This is a resolve roll.
Yeah.
Resolve checks are like social convinces, but they're mental checks. It's basically the shaking of the foundation of your beliefs.
Yeah.
I have a roll for that.
Oh.
We're gonna have you roll for that, which is gonna be based on your resolve check, your investigation, your empathy.
I mean, I definitely want to have some internal conflict here.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have it regardless. The question here is to what degree he has already convinced you.
Maybe.
Ah,
Once I get
yes,
back
okay.
close.
It's sort of how far we're going to take that right up front.
Perfect.
And I did. You have 2 cases.
9.
Oh, that's fine.
Your common
I
sense
did
gives you a big
Got
bolster
it.
on
Yeah.
this.
That's true. I
No,
got that.
Yeah, I didn't know.
It kind of sets some ground rules for your thinking.
Ugh, one, that was a 7. You saw it was a 7. Right.
This one's an 11. This is a 14.
25. Rolling D20s every time.
I got 4 on that.
Okay. So it is a... so that's a minor success. Let's say... I think we're just going to play it exactly as you were playing it. He's kind of got in your head, but it's not like you're, like, making big loyalty shifts.
Yeah, no, I'm just conflicted.
Yeah.
Conflicted.
Lean into that.
Quietly.
All right. She steps away. You're the last there, Leuven.
Yep. Crow, we've worked together for a long time. This is the first time you've had anger in you before, but this is different. You seem calm with your decision. You have murdered something. You have ended a life. Something, even if you were being used, we were doing good. Why did you change that?
You cannot murder what is not alive.
Ooh. Now that I'm not in the room, I can make faces.
We were not doing good. We were going to die for an idea.
And what idea is that?
Is it a good one?
The ways of the Pac-Ha are mysterious and inscrutable. Isn't that what they teach us? Even with their lies left bare, I do not know the truth. Commandant Yikjalmur, you are right. We have served together. You are not like the Terran, blinded by ideology. You are not like the Flame, unquestioning. You are insightful. You see beyond. When next they show themselves to you, look in their eyes. Try to see what I have seen. Do not rely on me to see for you. He steps back from the window. For to you I am just another criminal now. A murderer. And that is what I must be. Until more like me find the light. And he sits down, back to you, and collapses.
Okay. As I walk away, I just say, I hope you find peace, and I will try to see with open eyes.
Loving it. All right. Well, that got us all the way to Kirei.
That guy's a dick.
Very important question.
Yeah.
Have I got my swaggy clothes yet? How swag is the clothes they have provided for me?
So, fun fact. I'm really glad you asked. Fun fact, you have just arrived on... what's going on?
Oh,
what is this?
That's precious.
Oh my god, yes! I have been waiting for the first Kate art. I am very excited about this now.
I'm sorry.
Amazing.
Continue with your swagginess.
We'll put it on the socials. Kirei is the height of all things. Hold on a second.
Wait a minute.
Shopping montage.
Shopping mall. Shopping montage.
Shopping montage.
Do we get to do a shopping montage?
No, unfortunately, you do not get to do a shopping montage. I'm so sorry, we don't have time.
Invisible shopping montage.
Totally right. Totally right.
We just need to keep you guys going.
10,000 points to whoever fan arts the shopping montage.
There you go. There you go.
These are my Kurt Cole eyes.
Kirei is the height of fashion in the Peacekeep. It's also one of the more like cosmopolitan planets, probably the most cosmopolitan planet. Planet is mostly city because it's sort of sprawled out over time. It's the oldest of the Peacekeep worlds. Remember, the Kirei are the very first species that were ever saved by from the SLATE by the Pac-Ha. And so they've actually had quite a lot of time to develop on Kirei. In fact, what Kirei were known as before the Pac-Ha showed up, we do not know. We don't know what their homeworld was called. We don't know what their species name was. A lot of that information was lost to the centuries. They have completely now adapted to being a Pac-Ha member world. And in fact, in a lot of ways, the sort of capital of this world. Tall blue and silver towers cover the planet. It's got a sort of gorgeous, almost like neon blue sky. The sky is known for being extremely radiant and gorgeous. Part of that comes from the unique composition of the Kirei sun, which is particularly healthy for Kirei biology. You guys really thrive when you get onto the planet. So
We glow.
You do.
Quite radiant.
So as you arrive on the planet, or as you arrive, to the planet, all of you are allowed to disembark and head down to the shipyards, which are sort of not on the planet, but they are right off the planet. These are, in fact, if you remember the very first moment of our game, the shipyards that you used to stare at from the academy, watching these ships assemble. Same shipyards, gorgeous big Pac-Ha shipyards. Think of like if the Avalon was, a few thousand times the size of the Avalon and ringed the planet of Kirei. So, you guys arrived there. Good idea. You're not all going to have a ton of actions here because we're just going to kind of keep this moving, especially since we've spent our first hour on this crow thing, which I'm down with. I'm super down, but I want to make sure we actually get to our story.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Isaiah's sitting there being like, I didn't write any of this. That's what he sounds like. Isaiah. Hi, Isaiah.
Love you, Isaiah.
I love you. He's in New York. I can't imagine he's watching it this late, but if he is, thanks.
Hi, Isaiah. If you're watching this on VOD.
So the thing that we're going to be mostly concerned with is a briefing between Captain Bard and the Pac-Ha. You can bring others if you want, but it's up to you. Generally, this is a thing that only the captain does.
If that's I'll go by protocol, I guess.
Okay.
But assume I'm gonna fill these guys in on.
Presumably, yes.
Yeah.
So you step off into the, you all sort of step off into this bustling ring. There's lots of things going around. You are immediately met by a couple of attachés, Kirei attachés, in Peacekeep outfits, who say that you have apparently been, given a certain number of hours at a local tailor, who's primary job is to give you exactly this kind of stuff. This is all done through like military clearance through the Pac-Ha, given that it was a official military dealio. So
Part of my negotiation.
indeed.
We made you certain promises.
You did? Excellent.
So as we do this mission with Bard, good idea. I just want you to think about what it is exactly that you want to step out of this tailor wearing, and then you will describe it to us when you leave.
Got it. Love it. Best role-playing game ever.
Meanwhile, Leuven, you don't have a lot of time to go to the ship, but anything that you wanted to do while here, you could do.
I just wanted to talk to her.
You want to talk to Bard?
Leaves. Yeah.
Okay. So as Bard leaves, as you guys sort of disembark, you catch her in the terminal, this sort of like bustling, busy terminal. Think of like an airport, but you know, times a million. Go.
Lucy, before you go, I just need to ask you sort of a favor.
Of course.
You always look gorgeous, by the way. Yeah, with these new burns, it should be quite different, though.
Oh, he is?
I know your opinion of Crow right now. And just call it a leap of faith for me. When you meet them, just look them in the eye, okay? If you don't see anything, you know he's making it all up, and he's just crazy. But I don't believe people just change everything about themselves for no reason.
I trust him as far as I can throw him, but I've known you too long to ignore anything you say. I will look.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks. Didn't see my first mission ending this way.
I'd say you've been pretty kick-ass.
All right. So, Captain Bard, you step into a strange. You're sort of met. Sorry, you're met by a. Actually, no. Let's back up. As you're at the terminal.
Yeah.
The two of you are approached by a human Pac-Ha officer. He looks about, let's say, like 38, 39, so like in your general age range, Lucy, but you do not know him. Handsome features, salt and pepper hair, the kind of guy who like works a little too hard and has sort of taken on the mannerisms of maybe an older man, even though he's not quite that old. He's in a variant on the Pac-Ha Peacekeep uniform, which itself has kind of a blazer going on and sort of a longer like trench coat feel. He has kind of the feel of like what would have been referred to in like old Earth literary terms as like a G-man. He walks up to you and immediately sort of sticks out his hand in a customary, again, not particularly Pac-Ha greeting, but a very customary Earth greeting. Captain Lucy Bard.
Been a long time since I shook a hand.
I'm Tom Rample. I'm your attaché while you're here at the base. I'll be happy to show you around, but the Pac-Ha want to speak with you immediately. I hope you'll come with me.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. You must be Commandant Yikshaw Moore, yeah?
Pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you as well. I've heard a lot about you.
Good things, I hope.
Well, let's just say I heard most of them from your brother over drinks, so...
Oh, so no.
He can be a little, effusive with both his praise and his complaints. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, well, the same goes for everything about him.
I don't doubt it. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. You're, well, he was your brother, so he didn't tell me how lovely you are, but suffice it to say, it's quite a thing to meet a Kirei of such, high standing in the Peacekeep. I respect your, he's kind of trying to, like, back off. He flirted with you and then immediately started to compliment you.
I've been watching this happen since college. I'm just making a face I've made many times before.
I love it. Yeah,
I just look at
he's like immediately charmed by you. I mean, I respect your rank. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Captain, shall we?
Welcome home.
And as you guys walk out, I want you, Bard, to roll. This is a really specific roll.
Why doesn't he have a rank?
It's a good question, isn't
Okay.
it? You might want to ask him that. You're going to roll for your Terran history,
Ooh.
which is intelligence, academics, politics,
3 for intelligence.
and evolve mankind. So 10.
All right. 3, 6, 9, 10. That one fell. Bleh. Well, okay.
You don't need much.
I overreacted. It's not that bad.
What are we looking at?
I've got 5 successes. 1 is a crit, but I did roll some ones. How does that
Okay,
affect
how many
things?
ones?
3?
3 ones and one crit?
Yeah. but
Okay.
5 successes.
So that puts you up to 6, but then you're taking off as 3 ones? Or 4 ones?
3.
3 ones, so you're taking down 2 from that, so
regret
you're down to
starting
4.
to tell you
That's
these
still
things.
a success.
Okay.
You still crit success, just not much of one. Here's the name Rample is actually a relatively famous name in Terran history. You would not have grown up with it very much, considering how you grew up.
Yeah.
But you would
read a lot of
know
books.
you would know that Rample is actually a sort of a noble house within the history of modern Terra. You know, I mean, Terran history is only about 200 years.
The one who intervened in the... Okay.
Again, how much you're kind of aware of the particulars of that is, I think, a little cagey. But yes, back when there was the Sojourner-Returner War between the two sort of sides of your people, the sort of Prince Sojourners, who were the sort of heads of that side of the organization, were the Rample family. So the Ramples are sort of old school human Pac-Ha united kind of folks.
Yeah.
I can feel the fan base being like, whoa, wait, what? That sounds cool.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh, that sounds... Ooh,
Look at all that interesting Terran history. It's almost like I might do something with it someday.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if I told you this, but I did decide that she was one of my heroes growing up.
Oh
So
yeah?
I probably
Well, then there you go.
recognize
Then
this
you do.
name.
Then you recognize
Yeah.
the name as you guys start to walk away.
Cool.
He turns to you. Understand you had kind of an unusual incident coming back. Word is your Pac-Ha was killed?
Yes, of all the situations I expected, this was far outside them.
I've never heard of anything like that happening on a Pac-Ha vessel before. The fact that you made it out of the brightest eye alone is it's quite the miracle. I'm very impressed.
We never should have been there.
Well, I mean, they did need humanitarian aid.
But we crossed into their space in the middle of an emergency, and I just hope... What's the current status? Has further aid been dispatched? We were in no position to help them by the end of our crossing.
We've been attempted, but all of our efforts towards diplomacy have been, let's just say they've been rebuffed with weapons. We're not in a state of war with the brightest eye just yet, but between you and I'm starting to wonder if they want our help or if they just want to go down swinging.
I've reason to believe that's probably what they want.
Well, I hope the Pac-Ha are more forthright with you than I can be. Unfortunately, I only know so much. Step through the chamber, please. The Pac-Ha will see you on the other side.
Why have you been assigned as an attaché? Are you with a ship, or...?
They'll tell you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Lucy. Cool. You head in. Within this, you sort of walk down this hallway. It pressurizes behind you. You're hit with a bunch of air, bunch of weird nonsense, bunch of chemical sprays. It's all very crazy, but nothing like, yeah. I'm not going to make you roll for anything because it's like meant for you. Unrolls on the other side, and as you walk in, you find yourself in a sort of large chamber, very similar to that of the one you saw, the one that you have on your vessel. However, unlike that, there doesn't seem to be a big door for a Pac-Ha. What there is, however, is a large observational window tracking all around the thing that is itself tinted. So you can't see what's on the other side of the window. When you step in, the small nanomachine circuit springs to life, assembling a visage of the Pac-Ha as it does in front of you.
Is this the kind of room where I got my command?
Mm-hmm. Captain Bard, you are to be commended. The death of our brother is deeply felt by not just the Pac-Ha, but the Peacekeep at large. Never has one of ours been felled by violence in this way.
I could not regret more that I did not anticipate or prevent that. I didn't know that could happen.
In most normal situations, it cannot. And as a result, we do not hold you in any way responsible. The vessel was compromised.
What?
Your science officer, the one who has been arrested, it would appear he made alterations to the vessel to allow him access to the Pac-Ha. Such alterations are beyond the capability of most. He is very intelligent and very dangerous. We will be taking him from you, moving him into more appropriate housing, where we will seek to understand the vulnerabilities he exploited in our ship and correct for them for the safety of you, your crew, and others. We thank you for bringing him to justice. And he bows to you, very slightly, in a courtesy move that you have never seen before. His sort of large crested head moving so low that it almost meets yours. And he rises back up.
Am I here to see this?
No.
Should have just been like, fuck protocol and bring you guys. It happened on my ship under my watch, and I will not forgive myself. I will say, I believe he is in need of some kind of counseling.
We will provide all that is helpful for his recovery. Captain Bard, you will be outfitted with a new Pac-Ha in time. However, our numbers are limited, and we cannot, as of now, provide a new attaché to your vessel. As events like this have been encountered before, not through murder, but through other means, we have designed protocols to allow your vessel to continue operation under your guidance, with remote guidance from the Pac-Ha here at Kirei and the rest of the Peacekeep. We will outfit your vessel with these countermeasures, which will live where the Pac-Ha did before. You will have full command of your vessel. We trust in your loyalty and your caution in making calls that cannot be verified by the Pac-Ha. Your command will, for a time, be fully your command.
I'm pleased to hear we will be able to continue to serve. It does somewhat distress me that, as it turns out, a disruption in our connection to the Pac-Ha placed every soul on my ship in mortal danger. Is that likely to happen with these countermeasures?
No. That distresses the Pac-Ha deeply. We will not allow it to happen again.
I'm very pleased to hear that.
We are pleased to see one of your kind succeed so well in a place you have been for so few years. It took many hundreds of years for the Key-Ray to rise to command. We held their hand as they built this place before we ever gave them command of a star-crosser. The Flame, similarly, have never taken command. Ditopus, Zocotl, Planar, all of our species have gone through long gestation periods. Humans are the Terrans. Pretend he didn't say that. Are the shortest. It is an honor to you and your species.
Well, you may not know my species well yet, but we're very into new mountains to climb. It is an honor.
Then let us provide you another mountain, Captain Bard. You have been assigned a mission of potentially tremendous significance to the Peacekeep. The D-I-E-K, a significant power. This is spelled D-I-E-I-K-A-E. D-I-E-K. The D-I-E-K, a significant power that has largely held itself aloof from us, has invited a delegation to their homeworld with the possibility of opening further negotiations. Unfortunately, this is no simple diplomatic mission, for the D-I-E-K are opening their homeworld to a Siren delegation as well. They wish to weigh the Peacekeep against the Siren ventures, to see which holds a more promising future in trade and partnership. If the mission were simply this, we would be comfortable sending you alone. However, Peacekeep Intelligence has received troubling information. As a result, you will be tasked with an intelligence operative, Tom Rample, of your planet Terra. He will be your subtle blade if you need to use him. He will also double as your pilot while we correct your current freelancer.
I'm sorry, what?
The freelancer, Reik Yikshal Moore. We will correct him.
I'm going to need you to clarify, please.
So good I'm not in the room right now.
I wish I brought you guys.
Peacekeep vessels do not allow for the intoxication of their conscripted officers, or indeed of any operative. We have, over many years of observing and understanding the Key-Ray, learned their penchant for addictive behavior. It can have short-term benefits and long-term consequences. if he is to continue serving on our vessel, we will correct for this addictive behavior through a series of therapeutic processes. It will be harmless, it will be safe, and it has already begun.
His sister is my first officer and one of my closest friends. Will she be able to check in with Rake during this process?
All vital signs will be available to you and any in your command staff you require. Until then, Rake Yixelmur is confined to quarters, where these processes are ongoing. Do not disturb the processes, they are unsafe. When he is properly corrected, he will be released and return to full duty.
The dangers you speak of are known to my species as well, but Rake chose to join our crew, and I need to know that he's chosen this course as well.
He has acquiesced to the correction.
Will Commandant Yixelmur be allowed to see him and verify that?
When he is corrected.
It would be a great disservice to their bonds and to the integrity of my crew were it not possible to have some kind of interview. I need to know what's happening to my pilot.
Go ahead and roll. This is a social convince.
Sorry, guys.
Roll 20 for social convince.
Yeah.
Seems appropriate.
I mean, you know, just a little brainwashing.
Yeah, I mean,
never
yeah,
hurt
look.
anybody.
Beaten 11. I remind you, you have willpower, if that's something you need.
Beaten 11?
Beaten 11.
I know for a fact you did not consent to it.
That's the weird thing. Like, it's not like I don't want this dude to get help for his substance abuse problem. It's just real sketchy.
Usually there's a meeting and a goodbye.
Syra would be having some more internal conflict right now.
Right.
I should have brought you guys.
I don't know.
I'm back on the ship, just like slowly doing bicep curls and staring at the wall, just like into the abyss of not knowing.
How do you break rules?
Just slowly scrolling on a little piece of paper over and over again. How do you kill something that isn't alive? How do you kill something that isn't alive?
Oh, this roll is
Really intense today for some of us.
Oh no.
6.
Okay.
But 4 of them are crits.
5 of them.
5,
Wow.
never mind. 7 and 5 are crits.
Any ones?
For the first time tonight, no.
Wait, 7 successes and 5 are crits?
Yeah.
1, 2,
0,
3,
1,
8,
4,
9,
yeah.
10, 11, 12.
6 of them.
crits.
Then you beat an 11.
Yes.
Wow. Well done.
Roll to prevent
help her,
substance
she's
abuse
like,
treatment.
nothing.
I guess.
Yeah,
You didn't say. You
roll
just said we
to-
get to
I just
see him.
I need you to get to do. Yeah. It's,
He provides you. He looks. A way shall be provided for communication between your command staff and the freelancer.
Nice.
Do not, and he like leans in. Do not interfere with the corrections. This is a delicate process. His life could be in danger if you are to proceed incorrectly. We do not seek to injure, damage, or harm Reykjavik Shalmur in any way. However, we cannot allow this abuse to continue. He has given his permission. We will provide proof of this. We will allow you to contact him. But we request you do not engage deeply. He must be left to the corrections. Understood,
Wish you
Captain.
knew how creepy that word sounds.
The Pac-Ha.
No.
Your understanding is appreciated. I will share this information with my first officer. Thank you.
Indeed. To the point at hand. The DIK have great technological advantage. They as a species have a large web of intellectual curiosities, of research treaties with various species. We seek this research in helping us understand and counteract the SLATE, the Alpha Singularity. We will provide you dossiers on the DIK, their culture, their scientific advancements, their habits, even their micro-expressions. You may divvy these among your crew and do as much learning of them as you can in the 20 hours to Diikos. When you arrive, you will interface with their commanders, with the Siren negotiator, and there you will secure a trade and information agreement for us and for the Peacekeep alone. Understood?
Are we prepared to offer them any particular benefits that you think would be advantageous to lead with?
We are open to providing large-scale peacekeeping enforcement. They share a border with the Brightest Eye. We seek to provide protection. They share trading partnerships with the Siren, which can be unpredictable and dangerous. We seek to provide them stability. You are authorized to offer any and all technologies that can be operated by your crew. But all Pac-Ha technology remains ours to negotiate following an agreement.
Understood.
Do you have any further questions for me? All individual questions about the DIK, the Siren negotiation, and the proceedings will be answered by Mr. Rample. Sorry.
Have my reports on the encounter with the Brightest Eye and our early negotiations with the Zocodal and Dertopus been received? Was
Indeed.
there any interruption with the loss of our Pac-Ha?
Indeed.
Then I think I have no questions. Thank you for seeing me.
And it bows once more. Thank you for your service, Captain. And it... And the door opens behind you.
Is Tom standing outside?
Yeah, if you head outside. So as you head out, similar chemical thing turns back up, and Tom is standing there waiting for you. How'd it go?
I hear you're coming with us.
I am. They told you who I am then.
Do you have a rank I should be using?
Just call me Tom.
Tom. Welcome aboard.
It's nice to be aboard. In all honesty, I'm a little flattered to get to work with the first human captain. You're kind of a celebrity on Earth. To those that aren't, angry that you're not one of them.
I remember my years in the Terran Republic. It's an interesting place.
Ha! You're telling me. And just kind of walk back towards the ship.
What a flirt.
Okay, so we're gonna call the crew back together to deal with all of this DIEK stuff. I'm going to assume that the information about all of this stuff with Rake is communicated to you, just so we don't spend another half hour litigating why Jeff's not here.
They're correcting him. It's weird. I don't know. I think it's a good thing.
I have a lot of things to say about this.
But I can say
don't
that
have time.
But I can say that you do, and we can definitely get into it as we go.
Yep.
You can, however, get in touch with him, and you do verify that he is there willingly. He doesn't like that he's because they told him that otherwise he'd have to leave the ship, and he's kind of gotten.
He actually wants to be here.
He's gotten.
Loves his sister.
Can you cure that hacking thing while you're doing that, Pac-Ha?
Meanwhile, good idea. I want to know what you're wearing.
All right.
Let's assume. So wait, hold on. Let me set the scene. You guys are back in that conference room.
Oh, you know what? I was pretty close. Oh, but there's tails on it. Okay.
There's tails.
Oh my God! You guys did it together. You guys. So the two of you are heading, or the three of you are all going into the conference room yet again.
Yeah.
As you guys head into the conference room and all sit down, the doors open and in walks.
You have music?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Ooh, okay. In walks.
Good idea. What are you wearing, bro?
Might be a good idea. Okay. Starting from the bottom, they're tasteful shoes. A good idea has relatively small feet, all things considered. But these things fit him like a glove. They're gorgeous.
Like a glove for your feet.
Like a glove
Like a
for
foot
your
glove.
feet. Like a foot glove, but they're not. They're a
don't have a word for that.
tasteful loafer. A tasteful Syrian loafer. Pants, like a leather. Cling very tightly. Yes. Very tight. Very
shape are you?
Very
Can we
skinny.
get him up on screen so I can imagine this better?
Oh yeah. Let's pull it up.
Sure. If we have the good idea character sheet, can we pop
So
over that?
basically,
Thank you.
you don't have to have much of an imagination.
Well, look. Good idea. It's now made very clear to you. Good idea has no genitals. So
It's a vast character. He has no genitals.
it's a very, very tight pants. But the thing you do notice is the jacket. Look, let's be real. The jacket is choice. We are talking a collar that could pop almost all the way up if he wanted it to, and it is often popped. Gold jacket. It's gorgeous. It has triple tails, so not just the two. Oh no, but three. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry,
And
I gotta
probably he's
correct
wearing like a pretty cool, like a very cool guy turtleneck. A very cool guy.
Leather
Phrases I
pants,
never thought.
turtleneck,
Very tight pants.
gold jacket.
Tight
Gold
pants,
jacket, turtleneck.
Like suede pants, like a light tannish suede pant.
Whoa.
Like a gold jacket, dark. This is not a good look.
No, he looks.
No, it looks.
Good ideas. Looks like Beatnik Bowie.
Yeah, David. Yeah, he looks like basically like David Bowie got lost and then stumbled into your boardroom. The thing you might notice though is that behind him is probably like a little hover rack of a whole bunch of other outfits. Because he did not stop with one. They gave him the unlimited like Pac-Ha black card, and he went ham. So it is crazy. He probably wears one outfit and then like incinerates it.
All right, hold up.
Wow.
For that, I'm gonna make you roll negotiation.
Okay.
Can I ask
Hold up a
quick
second.
question just for my
Yeah, of
own
course.
personal fan art needs? No genitals, that's cool. He got a booty though?
Yeah, because you ingest food.
I mean, I have a well.
Do you like have a booty or like have a booty?
No, I mean he probably doesn't. No, he probably has a real flat butt.
Okay, cool.
Yep,
I just
flat
want to
butt.
know, I just want to know
real-
for my own. I tend to draw.
Yeah.
Flat butt,
Really
flat
flat.
butt.
Is anybody
flat
else just
butt.
being like, Tamatoa hasn't always been as glam? Yeah, little crab once.
It's very similar. I like it. All right,
15.
sorry, go on.
Oh, roll my 15.
Yep, it's a 15. This is your negotiating roll.
Oh yeah. No, these are important. These are important questions. 1, 2, 3,
Beat a 4.
4, 5, 6,
Yeah,
7,
you're all right.
8.
Wow, yeah, you're definitely all right.
crits.
8 with 2 crits?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got a wardrobe now. Congratulations.
You just kept talking about being caged, and the people in the shop just threw things at
they've
you.
done
Like,
so
I'm so
bad.
sorry.
I
You look amazing.
You need gold.
Yes.
All right.
I almost forgot my most vital piece of ensemble.
Yeah.
I got belts.
Oh,
Not just-
belts on belts on belts.
No, they're all across the belly. They're all, my pants are very high. I wear a bunch of belts, but each belt is a belt that reminded me of one of my new best friends.
Oh my God.
So I have a belt. I have a belt that's like very like rocky and kind of covered in like little red rubies. And I have a belt that has like a little kitty face on it. And then I have a belt that looks like human skin.
Yeah, it's a creepy human skin belt.
Yeah,
Definitely not a serial killer belt.
I have
He
a
thinks it's
creepy human
completely
skin
flattering.
belt.
Look, it looks like your skin.
I wanted to let you guys.
So
Aren't you
perfect.
flattered?
Exactly.
Amazing. Okay, so moving on,
This
because
official?
oh my God, we
Well-
spent almost 2 hours and I'm still not into the plot.
Oh my God.
And
It's all-
whose
it's okay.
fault is that?
My fault. You guys, he heads in. You guys can all take stock
Thank
of
you,
your
yes, for humoring
snazzy
my
new science officer.
Thank you. Yeah.
Do we roll to be impressed? We're all very impressed.
And you notice that Tom Rampel, who's there with you, is looking at him a little askance.
Tom, this might be a good idea.
Oh, this is a very good idea.
Hi, Tom Rampel, Peacekeep Intelligence.
Good idea. Intelligence, huh? We'll see about that.
Are we all here?
Yeah,
Tom, this is Lieutenant Syra.
Lieutenant.
Hello?
I will expect you to give her any pertinent info we need. She is our chief of security.
I imagine you and I will be working quite closely once we get to Diakos. The operation is a bit more complicated than perhaps we understand so far.
We know very little so far, so that seems likely. This is my first officer, Commandant.
We met previously, Commandant.
Yes.
He reaches
to
out a
see you.
hand to.
No.
He does one of those like halvesy handshakes.
Halvesy handshake?
Does he
Yeah,
do lady
one of those
her?
little like takes
So
your
I
hand
just sort
handshakes.
of give my paw like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, exactly. He does one of those.
I'm temporarily distracted from my like personal crisis to watch this happen and be like,
What this?
Do I ship it? All right. So then
think so.
nobody ships it. Nobody ships it. So he. I love it. Somebody in the fan art community, just a picture of the two of them looking at each other like at the end of the "You're the Worst" end credits with just a thing that says nobody ships it.
that's perfect.
I'll give you a big shout out. Okay. So Tom looks at you all, sort of steps back, removes a small disc from his belt. He has a few of them on his belt, and slides it into the middle of the table. When it stops, it throws up a big 3D imaging. The 3D imaging is of the planet Diakos. Gorgeous, sort of red and brown world. Actually, probably reminds you a little bit of Flame World. Kind of rocky and volcanic in that way. But
it.
with dotted cities around and a whole series of starships that sort of circle. DIK starships are very like utilitarian vessels. They look like they're made from, minerals from the planet. They have a similar look. Tom looks at me. The DIK come from this planet here, Diakos. But, and he moves his hands, and as he moves them, even though he's across the room, the projection moves with him, and it zooms out to show a larger area of space between the Siren and the brightest eye. However, they've actually managed to take about 15 star systems in their general vicinity over the course of the last few thousand years. The DIK are a bit more advanced when it comes to the use of science and technology through a series of intelligence sharing arrangements that they have made. Something we in intelligence like to call intellectual colonialism. They have essentially gone in and rather than taking anything by force, taking anything by, I need to turn off this jazz. Rather than taking
I
things,
wasn't going to say anything, but I was really enjoying the confluence.
rather than taking things by force, the DIK have been much more interested in adapting to the their expanding world by making individual intelligence sharing operations and then moving all of that into a core called the Index. And he then zooms back into the planet and then zooms back into the surface of the planet to what looks like a sort of large, spiky building. He moves it this way, and you see that actually about half the building is underground. It looks like actually a lot of the city is underground. The Diaikos were originally evolved from burrowing animals, so they keep a lot of their more precious items deep underground. Among those, and among the very most precious things on all of Diaikos, is this. And he zooms in once more into a small chamber that's highlighted in sort of blue. This is the location of the Index, or at least what we believe to be the location of the Index. The Index is the full collection of all DIK scientific and intellectual knowledge. Everything that they have collected from every species they have made arrangements for. And since the DIK are noticeably advanced in areas of game theory and large-scale political gamesmanship, we believe they have probably the greatest trove of individual knowledge anywhere outside of the Pac-Ha Peacekeep. The Pac-Ha have the knowledge of, say, 7 worlds, or a dozen worlds. This one species has the knowledge easily of the entire galaxy, sitting right there underneath that building. That is the very thing we would like access to. Obviously not unfettered access, but we're looking to negotiate for something close to actual access for this. However, as you were told, the Siren have a similar goal. But, being the Siren, we can't exactly trust they're going to do it in an above-board way. As you might be aware, the Siren do not have anything approaching a unified government. They're more like a series of pirate clans, individual corporations that have their own holdings, armadas, captains, and motivations. The DIK opening their homeworld to us means the Siren have an opportunity to make a play as well. And they seem to have unified around one individual. And he does this, and the whole thing kind of spins and swipes, and what was that map becomes an image. The image is of a rather interesting looking Siren. Most Siren is a kind of a misnomer. Siren can look like just about anything because Siren have, for many centuries, been on other planets and have evolved to those planetary conditions. They don't terraform planets. They go to the planet and then evolve to the planet because they procreate and die very fast. Siren have very short lives. So generally, when you're dealing with a Siren, 35 is like old for a Siren. They're a very short-lived species, but they get a lot done. They reach maturity in about 5 years, and they just go. Now, here's the thing about the Siren, Tom says. They've unified in a way that I've never really seen before. 45% of the Siren ventures are all calling this woman, this very interesting Siren woman, their captain. Meet Gasca Ueno. Or, as she might call herself, Gasca Ueno Argonine. Argonine being the name of her vessel. Most Siren like to name themselves after the thing they serve. In this case, she serves the Siren Ventures through her capital ship, Argonine. Ueno is something of a, as you can see, something of an outlier for the Siren. And as you look at her, you can see she has insectoid features. Even though she is clearly like skin and bone, there are like multiple eyes. There's a sort of praying mantis-esque sort of bearing, and then 2 large claws sort of pieces that come out in front that almost seem like vestigial, like for burrowing or climbing. And then a whole series of other, he sort of zooms out, a whole series of other arms. Looks like 12 arms on this Siren.
Take that, all the people with other numbers of arms and legs.
I know, V.A.S.T. We just keep doing it. Next week, 100 arms. Hold on a second. She's the chief negotiator for the Siren delegation. She seems to have put all of this together using simply her wits. We don't have much by way of intelligence information within the Siren Ventures beyond news media, but here's what I can tell you based on that. She's created what is easily the largest scale trading block that the Siren Ventures has seen in hundreds of years. This attempt of hers to access the DIK codex or index it could genuinely succeed. That's why I'm coming with you. That's why we're tasking this vessel. We need this to go well. We need to succeed. And you've recently shown a pressure under fire that few Peacekeep captains can match, Captain Bard. We're hoping you can step into the room against Ueno and convince the DIK Fosters, that's their governing body, to side with the Peacekeep. There will be a 2-day negotiation when you reach Diakos, and when we do arrive, you will be hopefully engaging directly between the Fosters and Ueno. Each of these, and he pulls more little pods off his belt and throws them at each of you. Each of these is a different briefing on everything we know about the DIK. Their planet, their culture, their likes, their dislikes. You can get married to one after reading this thing fully, and you'd never skip a beat. However, I do...
Lily, how long will it take you to learn this?
Everyone hand me your packets.
That's probably a good idea. Because we won't be able to send all of you into the negotiation, and nor should we. There's a reason we're not simply sending you in a shuttlecraft. There's another operation at play.
Wheels within wheels.
Fires within fires.
If this is Gaska Ueno, one of the most well-known negotiators in all the Siren Ventures, she swipes it. This is one of the least. Unyapeth, her first officer. He's a ambitious and brilliant young Siren who we believe is currently planning a bit of an operation of his own. We have every understanding that the DIK are unaware of this operation, but Peacekeep Intelligence believes that the Siren, both Ueno and her first officer, are seeking to remove the index from its place of seclusion beneath Diakos, regardless of the outcome of the negotiations. We believe they intend to strip this and sell it in a very Siren way. An item like this could propel the Siren economy for a dozen years, easily, and make many of them lots of money as they trade it around and around and around. We don't care for either a economic boom in the Siren Ventures at this moment, nor do we care to see the initial diplomatic moves of the Diakos stripped bare and left to rot. So, I advise you to not trust Ueno, nor her first officer. And I hope
evidence of this that we can present to the DIK?
we have only intelligence. All of our sources are classified, and we do not want Ueno to know that we have this information. Since all negotiations will be tripartite negotiations, we are concerned about bringing this information up directly in front of those we would accuse. Ideally, we would like to operate on 2 prongs. On one, yourself and Leuven Yixalmor will advance into the diplomatic negotiations, engage with the Fosters for 2 days, as well as with Gaska Ueno. Upon completion of these negotiations, we ideally will have both a trade and intelligence sharing operation with the Diakos, or the DIK. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Syra, and I'm guessing good idea here as well, I think we should send to the planet's surface. There will be an open arrangement allowing for them to go there without creating any kind of act or any kind of damaging statecraft. Ideally, we will take you to this academy. He zooms you back in. where you will engage directly with the elements on the ground, understand how Yepeth is planning on accessing this information, and stopping him. Once he is stopped, we can then present his duplicity and that of his commanding officer to the DIK, ideally securing our negotiation. Any questions?
One. The surface of this world, that entire endeavor seems maybe slightly more dangerous than the polite conversation at the table.
The DIK aren't exactly a warlike people. You might get in a fight with Yepeth.
Well, from what I understand, it sounds like he's Siren who'd be happy to slip a knife into your back as so much as as a negotiating tactic.
Aren't they all?
Captain, you should know that I'm not exactly a physical kind of tongue. I'm, by trade and by genetics, much more of a talker. You might consider utilizing me in negotiations and perhaps sending your commandant down to engage in more stealthy fisticuffs. Just as something to put upon the table. Of course, I'll follow your orders however you see fit.
I trust your talents for diplomacy, but I don't know if it's yet time to put you in a room with the siren. Siren?
Siren.
Thank you.
Cool.
It's the ankle bracelet, isn't it? It's the ankle bracelet. Okay.
They tried to sell you to us last week. I'm not sure I want them to have access to you again.
I appreciate your concern. In that case, can I have some kind of weapon?
Absolutely. Lieutenant Syra?
I mean, he's got me, so.
Well, I mean, even you can only be in one place. And if I am your backup, it'd be best if I were able to back you up.
I'm gonna leave this one up to you, Captain. I don't.
We will have to follow whatever the terms are for our presence on their planet. They may not permit weapons.
Well, I'm sure they don't permit skullduggery, backstabbing, and thievery. But it's, of course, up to my captain whether or not we follow the rules.
We aren't going to be the ones messing up the deal.
Good idea. And he reaches into his trench coat, pulls a small scatterbeam pistol, and slides it across the table to you. Welcome to Peacekeep Intelligence.
Like the sound of that?
Tom, are there any agreements in place that would prevent us sending him down armed?
You are authorized to disregard those agreements in the event that we do not be in the event that we are not found out. If we are, you have plausible deniability, as do I.
Oh, I am
You
not
never saw
trustworthy.
this.
I am incredibly untrustworthy. You do not need to worry about me covering your tracks, Captain. Not to you. I'm untrustworthy as a captive. Trust me, you have no idea that I have this weapon.
Listen, this is an
Leave
intel.
the pistol home.
No.
It's gonna be up to you, man. I say that as the game master, not as Rample. Rample answers to her.
Tom, I don't... This is a new working relationship. But there aren't going to be things that I know that I don't know. That's not how we do things. We're not the Siren. We're the Peacekeep. I want you safe, and reasonable steps for your self-defense, I understand. But if we have agreed not to take weapons down there, we're not taking them. Except Syra, who will bring her big fists, please.
Can't really help it.
All right.
Yep.
I'll be there.
Copy that, Captain.
I put the gun back on the table, but I'm still considering myself part of Pac-Ha intelligence. Just so we know.
It was mostly a joke, that's okay.
Whatever gets you through the night.
We have about 20 hours until we reach Diikos. I recommend that each and every one of you look into those briefings, get yourself familiar with what exactly you're going to be walking into. Soon we will be at the planet. I'll be at your disposal in the meantime. I'll just be here to keep your ship running. I'll fly it as we need it. Don't worry about it. I'm fully trained and classified to fly a Starcrosser. I should be just fine. I'm maybe not as tricky as your current pilot, but, you know, something to be said for sobriety.
Ooh, deep.
He just is striking out with Leuven. It's great.
He is. He has no chance. None.
I love it so much.
He tips his fedora to Leuven. Not happening.
Milady. All right. So, with that said, you guys are going to head out to Diakos. I want to get, and we're going to finally introduce our guest star. I'm so sorry I kept you on ice this long. But, you know, it's V.A.S.T.
She was here.
Yeah, it's V.A.S.T. We go forever. It's how we do. But before we head to break, I want to get your, I want to understand sort of who's studying what. Since we only have X number of time to do this, the way that this is going to work is that you have 20 hours. For every 4 hours of continuous study that you do on any one of a number of dossiers, and I'll kind of give you that list of dossiers, and you can just assign who you want to assign to that to. You'll be able to end up getting some bonuses to relevant roles as you end up here. Think of this as like preparation for the mission ahead, given that you guys have missions. Right. It's just like mechanized research. Okay. So with that in mind, you can assign up to 5 dossiers per person because you have 4 hours, right? But if you do that, those people are staying up all night. They're staying for 20 hours, like cramped.
Bless you.
Otherwise, you can give each person 8 hours for sleep.
Bless you, bless you.
Thank you.
You can give a person 8 hours for sleep, and thus only assign them 3 dossiers, right? And they would actually be fully rested. So you can basically get a bunch of bonuses towards preparation with some physical downsides, or you can get full on preparation, or like get some preparation and full on sleep and be like good physically. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So, how do you guys want to prepare? And obviously the captain can assign, but you can also take them on as you like.
We don't know what
I
the
just have a
dossiers
question.
are.
Okay, yeah, I can roll them down for you.
Yeah.
What do you got?
I mean, I assume I have some studying techniques for cramming for tests from all of my stuff. So don't I have like...
You can roll for it.
No, yeah, I feel like I would
I'm sure there's just a little
right.
pharmacological
I'm
aid.
sure there's some... I'm not going to risk that. We see what the Pac-Ha
I
does.
know, right?
Lock you right up.
But
for
I'm
that.
sure I have some
Correct.
some methods of studying for long times without it hurting my body or mental abilities.
Yep. Let's just go ahead and do that real fast.
I definitely don't have that.
That's why you have me.
Let me just look at all the paper.
Your academic roll is 12. So go ahead and roll 12 for me. Yes.
Yeah, I figure.
Gotta up those wits, gotta up that science.
Syra, I figure you can get a good night's sleep. And
I know.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry.
useless
No, because your
physical.
investigation goes into that. 14.
That's better. It's not the best.
I'm really sorry about the gun thing, but if you're gonna go behind my back, don't do it in front of my face.
Oh, that's true.
Terrible.
Oh no, terrible.
Terrible.
You need a full success. So you're looking for 7 or above.
Oh.
You're close. Wait, you've got 2 of these.
What?
No, but she's got one of these.
But I've got one of those.
Got these's and thoses, you guys.
Yeah,
know, right?
noses.
What are we looking at?
Okay, so I've got 6 successes. 2 are zeros, but I have also a fail.
You got 1 fail?
So I have 1 success.
So it's a 7.
So it's a 7.
Yeah.
Hey!
You
It
can.
hasn't been too long after college.
Yep, you'll have no physical downsides. You can roll for 5. You can roll for 5 dossiers.
I'm reading them all, baby.
Okay, so just to be
Study
clear.
nights where you just stayed up all night and just poked me with a stick every hour or so, and
It's a lot of exercise.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, here's what you can roll.
Yeah.
Overview,
Okay.
culture, sociology, biology, civics, diplomacy.
This is way more than 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Overview,
Science.
culture, sociology.
Overview, culture, sociology, biology, civics, diplomacy, science, military, and micro expressions.
Micro expressions.
Well, if I'm going to study anything, probably military.
Punchy in face.
I don't know what you want me to do. I can nap.
We do need you at full strength,
Yeah,
if
yes.
possible.
Or, gun me. Well, no, that's fine.
It's good to have dreams.
I think we will. I think while we figure out these assignments, we'll take our break. We'll come back. We'll break these assignments. We'll get some information. We'll kick off to Diikos. Make sense?
Makes sense.
All right, cool. So after a big taking care of business front end of this game, we're actually gonna jam in and do a whole mission in the last couple hours here on V.A.S.T. So stick around after the break. Hey, welcome back. We have experienced a few technical problems here on V.A.S.T, so if you're watching this after the fact, hooray, you're watching it. For those of you who are watching the live stream and are now watching this in VOD, I apologize for the problems. We'll endeavor to make sure that doesn't happen again. In the meantime, I want to open up the floor to talk about something kind of serious for a second. And I apologize for this, but I got to do it. Some of you might have heard about the fire at the Ghost Ship complex in Oakland this weekend. On Friday night, there was a fire there during an EDM party where a great number of people were killed in the fire. Among those was a really close friend of mine and of a good portion of the people involved in V.A.S.T, Jonathan Birnbaum, who was the VJ at that party. John was a really amazing artist, a creator, a guy I've known since school, but a guy who I've also worked with professionally. He was one of the best editors I ever worked with. And when he went into VJing, we all kind of looked at him like he was a crazy person, like nobody does that for a living. And he went and became world famous at it. John was an amazing guy and a sort of bright light in all of our lives. And I'm going to miss him a lot. So we've been dealing with that for a good portion of this week. And between all of us friends, and one of the things that sort of came of that, in fact, right now while we tape, there's a memorial going on for him at USC where he was a big sort of influence to a lot of people. He was very involved at the USC Cinema School where we all met. As a result, I want to talk about a couple of ways that you can help with the victims of this horrible event. The families for the 30 plus victims there is a fund going for them right now. We're gonna put a link to that in the show while you're watching this, so you should be able to send it over. But in the event that for whatever reason you cannot see that, I'm just gonna read off the URL here. It's www.ucaring.com/fire victims of Oakland fire December 23-2016-706684. Please go, please donate. They're at 346,000 of 350,000 goal to support the families and victims of that fire, and they need your help. These were people probably your age, if you're watching this, who found themselves victim of a really horrible situation. And any help that you can provide them would be very appreciated. And then on a personal level, we are putting together a memorial scholarship fund at USC for kids who are interested in specifically doing the kind of mind-blowing, weird, non-narrative visuals that John became famous for. With him lost in the world, we're going to need more people like him, and so I genuinely hope that you will think about donating to that as well, despite the fact that it's obviously a scholarship to a private institution that you probably don't belong to. But I'm going to ask, just to bear with me for half a second, that if you go to cinema.usc.edu/online giving, you can customize your gift, your donation of any kind, to the Jonathan Birnbaum Memorial Scholarship Fund. You would be doing a great thing for a great guy in memory of his work and his life. And if you want more about that, you can look at my Twitter. I've been posting a lot of his work all day. We miss you, John. And with that said, I'm going to not cry on Alpha, and I'm going to instead pivot us back to V.A.S.T. Thank you for getting through that with me. It needed to happen. Okay, cool. So let's talk about starships. There we go.
Space! One thing John loved the shit out of.
Yeah, no lie. He was actually a huge supporter of the show, so let's keep it alive. One of the things that we did while we were off in Breakland is we had everybody get a little bit of research done on each of their individual DIK folders.
We had a study break.
Yeah, you had a study break.
Homework.
Woot woot.
Homework time.
So I want to break down a little bit of what came out of that study session, just so you guys have a little bit of a better understanding of what you're walking into. Let's deal with this one by one. For those of you who studied the DIK overview, the comparable in certain respects to mole rats or other species that involved in close, complex societies, even by human standards, the DIK developed sophisticated game theory before they developed written language. They are reliant upon, above all else, on cooperation for survival. Their prehistoric burrows and warrens scaled up readily to towns, cities, and now a sphere of influence that stretches across a substantial portion of the galaxy. Individual DIK are generally bright and decent, but often come across as slightly abstract or even disengaged. Anyone who's ever seen them interact with groups of their own kind, especially in an environment where they're comfortable, however, understand that comparatively, they're just cold to outsiders. They're very kind to each other. They don't really love dealing with other people outside of what they can get from them. To that point, community is the lifeblood of DIK society. So as we get into sociology, that's really where this comes into play. Common good is the pole star. Individual DIK are, biologically and intellectually unique, and they do experience themselves as individuals, but they have very little by way of, ego. The common good is the primary modus. So anything that they can do to make their common good better, they will do. As opposed to, say, the Siren, who are driven from an incredibly individualistic perspective. Generally. Which is why 45% of together to do anything. Pathological selfishness in DIK society is a quick trip into loneliness. And while the DIK don't literally die without companionship, the psychological burden borne by defying both nature and nurture is tremendous. It's like a real strain on them. Something like a Ditopus realizing that the Pac-Ha might have something going on with them. That's not to say that the DIK... See my thematics. Not to say that the DIK are more interested in getting along than getting things done. They've actually, developed their homeworld very fast. They've developed to a lot of other planets. They have really high technology, and they sort of experience everything as like a complex collective action problem that they can all work together to solve.
This is all overview?
This is all overview in sociology. Getting into some deeper stuff about their, getting into some deeper stuff about their biology. And that sort of covers their culture too. Something that's kind of interesting about DIK gender, biologically, beyond the fact that they are quadrupedal humanoids, approximately mammalian, they stand about roughly 4 to 6 feet. They're kind of human-like. Lightly built, hair-like, lots very hirsute.
Hirsute?
Hirsute. And they have but the fine fibers that cover their bodies are actually semi-flexible chitin rather than hair. So it's it's rough to the touch and actually provides a certain amount of natural armor.
But they are very punchable.
They are punchable.
Excellent.
Yeah. Doesn't bother rocks.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't bother rocks. But something interesting about their gender, because this makes them unique among most species. They are a highly communal species which relies on high birth rates, low infant mortality, and rapid maturation to sustain a population in the face of an environment that was initially very rich in predators. So evolutionarily, the DIK actually evolved a third non-productive gender. This gender is referred to initially as caretakers, but has come to be known after some amount of social growth among the DIK, just as antigendered, or in short are known as ante. And about 1 in 12 DIK are born antigendered. They are totally liberated from any sexually productive impulse. As far as the DIK are concerned, this is a liberation. But with a characteristic social obligation and deeply affectionate tendencies for the other DIK wholly intact. So they form the core of civil society. In fact, most of the fosters are antigendered. Their culture is primarily the sort of male and female DIK are responsible for the progenation of the species. The antigendered are primarily responsible for actually furthering the species and have been at the heart of a lot of their collective action problems. They're very rational and community-minded, and as a result, they don't really treat gender as deterministic. They don't have, like, sexism, as we would consider it. Everything's kind of, again, like, you don't need to be antigendered to run the society. It just happens to be where a lot of that society is gone. That said, parenting is highly demanding, so a lot of DIK males and females tend to focus primarily on parenting because maturation is like a big part of DIK culture. And as a result, again, those without children tend to be scaling the ladder of DIK culture more. Not that they see it as a ladder, but you get the idea. So that's a little bit about their biology. We've talked about the index, which kind of breaks down the part of this dealing with their technology. Civics. They have a governmental body known as the Fosters. The Fosters are a 10-person governmental body, but primarily when dealing with them, you will be dealing with 3 Fosters. Primarily, you'll be dealing with the Core Foster, who is their sort of head of government. This is currently a individual known as Ali Agaramos. Aleeaagaramos. He's like a chief. They're like a chief executive. They are antigendered. You'll also be dealing with the Knowledge Foster, Pyotr Karam. Pyotr Karam is primarily responsible for the keeping of the index. They are the Knowledge Foster, quite literally. Also antigendered. Finally, you'll be dealing with the Prosperity Foster, who's primarily responsible for the ongoing prosperity of the DIK. That is Eldao, Eldao, Jerima, Jerrima. She is a Archon level game expert, a highly knowledgeable individual who is herself female and has had many children and has remained at a high level of DIK society, again showing that it is not as black and white as the initial gendered ideas of the DIK might appear. She has been, she primarily seeks guiding them towards ever growing wealth and gives a lot of public speeches. You're able to watch some of these as part of your knowledge base. Diplomacy, they are, you've already learned the sort of core of this, which is that they are primarily interested in cultural or intellectual appropriation from other species. Hold on a second. There we go. Peacekeeper observers refer to this as intellectual colonialism, the idea that rather than making conquest, they will make these sort of large-scale intellectual agreements, which is what you guys are talking about doing with them right now, and they will make them with anybody, regardless of who's at war with what. They've made more intellectual sharing agreements than any other species, by quite a large margin. Word is they've even had some with the Tall Klee, which like few have ever had. Tall Klee hide their secrets deeper than the Pac-Ha do. Lastly, we're going to look at their science and military. So science, again, primarily built around the index. They are incredibly scientifically advanced. They're probably within about a decade of the Peacekeep overall, so they're like one of the more formidable opponents that the Peacekeep would have technologically, but they're not at all interested in conquest, so it's never been a problem. They have a complex network of research packs. We've talked about that. So that's what's up with their science. And then military. Their armed forces are relatively large. They have a lot of kids and a lot of compulsion to be quite useful in their society, so the adoption rate of military lifestyle is actually relatively high. It's quite advanced. They have battleships and fighter squadrons, but rarely deploy them. They are primarily used for the peacekeeping in their own worlds, the same way that the Avalon would be used to, say, make sure that the Zocodal and the Ditopus don't fight each other over a planet. This would make sure that similar things do not happen between multi-planet versions of the DIK. Their troops are generally loyal, competent, and fearless, but they're not at all bold or aggressive. Again, relatively similar to the Peacekeep in that way. Finally, micro-expressions. This is just sort of a general thing with them. Because of the chitin, there's a lot of small micro-expressions that can be made using ruffles of the fur and various ways that the fur can sort of push forward and push back. Those of you who've encountered micro-expressions will get extra dice when dealing with reading the social situation for the DIK. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Cool, that's your general briefing. I'm gonna stop talking. So the way that this, and just so our audience knows, Leuven studied all night, kicked ass at it, learned a lot about culture, a lot about science, and a little about sociology, military, and micro-expressions. Captain Bard also studied all night, right? Or no, you studied all but 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Yes, because you worked on the overview a lot to really get it down. You had some trouble at first because there was a lot and you've had a really stressful day, but you've kind of been getting the way of it. A little bit about their civics and quite a bit about their diplomacy. Good idea. You specifically stayed up all night studying culture, sociology, civics, science, and micro-expressions.
I'm into it. Books.
Yeah, learning everything about the DIK. Syra slept like a responsible security officer. She wants to be alert at all times, but she does have
She's also just like not super into studying. She did her time in the academy.
Yeah. So we move. So she's got a good understanding of overview and of their military, obviously, and some idea of their biology as well. Okay, so all that makes sense, y'all?
Let's do this.
Killa, let's do this.
We also agreed the good idea needs a disguise.
Yep.
Oh.
Nurse Pawaka can absolutely provide you with something of a disguise. It can be done surgically, or it can be done with
Surgically?
Yeah, temporarily. Temporary plastic surgery. Alternately, we can fit you. That's harder to detect. Alternately, we can fit you with a holographic array that will disguise your outer body, but it could be. Could be seen through.
Could I have like bitchin' dangerous scales? Is there a scaled race?
Pawaka kind of looks at you. Not among the Peacekeep. Such a thing might draw more attention. And he like looks at your gold jacket as if he's concerned about the fact that you're drawing attention to yourself.
Right. Captain, crew, what would you recommend I disguise myself as? I don't particularly know what to do. I think I am perfect just as I am.
Oh!
Most Peacekeep officers are curé. How easy would it be to prepare a curé disguise?
Everybody's looking at me. Can I common sense this at all? Of like have an idea of what would be a species that would blend in.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
I'm happy to have you roll for that, but curé is the answer.
Curé.
They're going to be the most common thing, and frankly, it's incredibly easy to come up with a curé disguise. Pawaka just like walks over to the thing. While your brother was in my medical bay observing your corrections, I took the liberty of making some body scans.
Oh my God, Pawaka's made little dolls of all of us.
He pops a little thing and a scan comes up. I can project this across your body if you wish.
Oh, I don't like that. Can he be like have at least like a different haircut?
Yeah, let's go with something a little more
I don't want him to look exactly
ginger.
like Rake.
Yeah.
Let's do that, but more of the ginger spectrum.
He makes you a ginger rake.
Because like we're supposed
with
to
slightly
be
different hairstyles.
We're supposed to be being sort of sneaky.
Yeah.
And I have like no subterfuge or stealth. So if he stands out and I stand out, it's gonna be bad.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So now I look like
You're a cat boy.
I look like a cat boy?
Yes.
Alternately,
rock monster and cat boy.
Alternately, if what you are seeking is full disguise, and he pulls a thing, I have been provided this by Peacekeep Intelligence, and he presses a button and up pops a viewpoint of a DIK.
Oh, sign me up.
That's risky.
Oh, but risk is.
A good idea.
Thank you. Come on, yeah.
I did not agree that it was a good idea, so I didn't want to say it. Seems like a bad idea.
No, I think that is an excellent idea. Between my subterfuge, you can be my
That's true.
otherworldly bodyguard,
Yep.
and we will slide in and out, no problems, I guarantee.
Are you doing the projection or the surgery?
Is it a surgery or a projection?
Up to you.
Surgery it up.
Do we have
Okay.
time? We can do that?
What's that?
We get face off?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, we're already sending a flame. Okay.
Okay, cool.
I'm not changing the way I look. I'm proud of my rock body.
Okay, so you are as you go under the knife, Captain Bard, you receive a message from the bridge that all command staff should make it to the bridge. We are approaching Diakos.
Cool.
To the bridge.
To the bridge.
To the bridge.
I'm still dressed super swaggy, though. Just so everyone's clear.
Wait, no, you gotta blend in.
You gotta blend
You gotta
in.
blend in.
I'm dressed
with
as
a
like
gold coat.
a swaggy DIK.
They're collective. Well, they
I
just
studied
said that
their
they're
culture.
individuals.
I do have some doubts about this
figure out
plan.
where
I
to-
know.
There
You
we
think
go.
I should
This'll
just be
work.
me? Perhaps me with a mustache?
Some googly eye glasses.
Googly eye glasses?
If we're
I do not
trying to
wanna get-
argue that we are not the partners who would be using deception, I'm not sure infiltrating them is the best idea. But
So you arrive.
yeah.
The die has been cast.
As you arrive above Diakos, 5 Siren vessels also appear, in addition to the normal DIK defenses. The Avalon is immediately hailed by the Argonine, the head ship among these. This Siren vessel is much larger than the rest. Siren vessels are of myriad design. Unlike the Avalon or other ships of the line, Siren vessels are not developed as fleets. They are rather sold through shipworks. So various independent shipworks would be putting together these kinds of things. As none of you have a lot of working knowledge of the Siren, you probably don't recognize the individual shipworks, but though it's very clear which one of these is in charge. It is a large, like gilded vessel. Its richness is clear. Literally, there is like gold on the outside of it.
Yeah, don't leave us for the shiny gold ship.
Wait a minute.
It appears the
Do we
Avalon
have any
is.
official relationship to Gaskia or the Siren at this time?
What was that?
Do we have any official relationship with Gaskia or the Siren as the
No, the Pac-Ha Peacekeep has a general rule to not negotiate with individual Siren because without a central government to make a relationship with, we just don't trust him. Assume I'm talking as Tom.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Trust me, we've been double-crossed by too many Siren to start making agreements with individual Siren. When they finally decide to come to a stable governmental organization, maybe then we can talk. Until then, we basically deal with Siren primes, the ones from the homeworld, or we don't deal with them at all. You're being hailed by the captain of the Argonine, Gaska Ueno Argonine.
Are you out of sight?
Yeah, he's down in the med bay getting surgery done.
Yeah.
So he is quite out of sight.
On screen.
Pops on screen.
Can I describe what they see?
Yep, go for it.
Okay, you see the praying mantis type head with skin on it, and she's ugly. She's got her skin is burned and bubbled and boiled because she took it upon herself to leave Siren Prime after the sun had been knocked away, and she was like, I'm going to assimilate myself to the rest of the planet, and it backfired on her.
They're very sun sensitive.
Yeah, very sun sensitive. So she's burned completely. And she also has a wig on her, and you can tell she's trying to look human. And she's also, like 6 of her appendages are formed, make her look bigger, and you can tell she's trying to look like a DIK as well. So it's kind of, it's almost racist, but you can tell she's doing her best. Okay.
Wow.
Behind, she's sitting on like what looks to be essentially like a throne. There's a really beautiful, like, it's like if Donald Trump designed a spaceship. Like, it's like gold pillars and shit. I think beautiful's probably the wrong word, but like, you get what I'm saying.
Gaudy.
Yeah, gaudy.
Spacious?
It's gaudy as hell. Okay.
And she, are we on? Oh, hey y'all! So happy to see you. We're gonna do some negotiating today, right?
Am I speaking to Gaska Ueno Hagenine?
You sure are, you lucky son of a bitch.
I am Captain Lucy Bard of
Oh,
the
I know
Pac-Ha
all about
Peace Keep.
you. I know all about you. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Are we doing this in person?
You're doing this like on between ships.
Oh, all right. Well, I brought some cookies for everybody, but I guess we can't really share them if we're not gonna be in the same room. Do you mind if I eat them?
Not at all.
Good.
Cookies are a delicacy of my planet.
Yeah, I know. That's why I brought them. I mean, you know, I love a feeling of comfort, a feeling of gameplay. I mean, thing deals, bing, bang, boom, you know, let's do it, you know? But let's get to know each other while we do it.
I look forward to beginning our acquaintance.
It's fine, you're scared, but don't be.
Suddenly, both of your comms ping the DIK with like an open channel with both vessels.
On screen.
Prosperity Foster Jarima, who you've seen in all of her speeches, pops up on both of your screens. Welcome. Pac-Ha Peacekeep. Siren Ventures. We are the DIK. We seek understanding, knowledge, prosperity, and good fortune between your people and ours. While you are here, understand that we would like to observe an ancient DIK ritual, the free vessel rite. During our negotiations, for they are competitive between your peoples, we would seek understanding between yourselves as well as us.
You got it, cutie.
At any time during active negotiations, the vessels of these respective delegations are open to one another in a limited, non-compromising fashion. Anything you need securely stowed or kept private from the Siren, we understand. But civilian areas, we would appreciate being open to them. Similarly, we would appreciate it from you. The more understanding you can have about each other, the more understanding, perhaps, we can have about ourselves.
Well, I love it. I love it.
Certainly we will make arrangements to prepare portions of our vessel to accommodate guests.
The rite is done! Thank you. Thank you. We will propose, I propose our negotiations begin immediately, for our seeking of knowledge is voracious. Our first negotiation session will commence aboard our vessel. Please proceed, your captains and delegations, there immediately, and we will meet you. Be well.
We look forward to it, President Foster Jarima.
And Gaska has probably learned or tried to learn a little bit, but obviously she didn't study, so she tried to learn a little bit of DIK, and she bows her head and says something in their tongue, even though it's not the translators. She's not using the translators, and she says something to the tune of "a blessing upon your potato."
They look at you. Indeed.
A blessing upon your potato.
A blessing upon your potato. Okay, so you at this point, good idea. You step off of the operating table. You now look like a DIK or DIK.
This is interesting.
And he walks onto the bridge.
We're not on screen anymore.
No.
Okay.
Captain, I hardly know myself. I think this is going to go fantastically.
All right.
I practice my micro expressions.
Little like ripples fly across his skin.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's me. It's a good idea. I know it's very I know.
Your disguise is impressive, and I admire your commitment. It is extremely important that we maintain as much trust as we can through these negotiations.
Absolutely. We will go down to the surface of this world. We will explore and develop any contacts we can in order to get to this truth and the heart of the Siren controversy and Siren conspiracy, so that you can be best armed in your diplomatic negotiations. We will not cause a fuss or a trouble. We will be...
Tom turns around. You know, for what it's worth, I'm all about this one going down to the planet and securing the artifact. But it might be worth saying we just got access to the Argonine through this free vessel right. We might be able to do some investigation on their vessel as well. Just an option. I'll leave it up to y'all to figure out what we're gonna do, but see, I'm picking it up from her.
Yeah, I love it.
I'll leave it up to you to figure out what we're gonna be doing here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But technically, if we wanted to get, it's a matter of whether or not we want to protect the Index or we want to get dirt on the Siren. We're probably better off getting dirt on the Siren by going to their vessel. We're probably better off protecting the Index from any attack by going down and protecting it directly.
You just said both things were better.
They're both good
All right.
options.
Well,
Often intelligence is a selection of the good over the good and the bad over the bad.
Tom, you busy right now?
I'm here. As long as you don't need the vessel to fly, you have my full attention. What can I do for you, Captain?
You want to go see the Argonine?
I knew that.
Does anyone have any requests?
Well, Captain, once again, in terms of raw chit-chat ability, that's really where I'm going to shine. If we're ingratiating ourselves into an enemy ship filled with lies and secrets, and you're looking for someone to suss those secrets out, it could be a good job for myself.
You want to go back on a Siren ship?
Good point. Not particularly, no. But I want to put all the options on the table for yourself so I can be the most effective crew member I can.
I'll go where he goes and make sure he doesn't start a war or whatever.
War.
No offense, but you know, it's
Is
fair.
the plan to acquire the Index before they do?
We're not stealing it.
We're
No,
making
the plan is to
stealing
protect.
it, right?
The plan is to protect the Index.
Protect it, and if
Okay.
you can gather any evidence that they are trying to steal it, that would about put the kibosh on this whole negotiation, I think.
Well, gathering evidence is going to be done most likely aboard their ship.
Yeah.
Unless you actually catch them trying to steal the Index.
Unless we catch them red-handed in the act.
But then we have to explain why we were there as well.
Well,
Not stealing it.
We have access to the planet. We've been invited.
yeah.
Yeah, I know, but they have too.
Truth.
They could have been going there to stop us from potentially stealing the Index.
Oh, well, that's just a matter of spin, and one
he
spin
said-
is involved.
That's just a he said.
The DIAK are a technologically advanced species. We'll have surveillance materials and things like that to back up our story.
Captain, I feel like we should probably execute with the original plan of going down to protect the Index from any kind of thievery going on.
And I'll head to the Argonine. Whatever I find out, I'll communicate to the team on the ground.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, you'll be in a bit of a lockbox dealing with these negotiations. I'll only interrupt you if it's absolutely required.
Thank you very much. Please do keep me updated.
You got it, Captain.
You're with me.
Yep.
Okay, so to recap, Syra, good idea. You're heading down to Diakos. Tom's going to go over to the Argonine and look for stuff there. And the three of you are going to head into negotiation. Cool?
Is Totoro still in quarantine, or is he back on the ship?
No, he is in quarantine.
What?
Yeah.
Well, my next favorite security officer has been briefed extensively on securing the, Siren-appropriate levels of the ship and keeping a damn eye on them.
Absolutely. I'm, again, not even going to make you roll for that. That's a totally normal thing to do. So, yeah, they're going to lock that thing down. The ship, essentially, the bar is going to be open to them. Areas of, the cargo bays and stuff so that they can see how the ships work. All that'll be up to them. You're sending people over, presumably?
Yes. Should I tell you who I'm sending over?
If you like.
All right, I'm sending my pilot named Preston.
Okay.
And my science named Telempanian.
Okay. Preston and Telempanian.
Yes.
Heading over to the vessel.
We leave out a bunch of brochures that says the joys of the peacekeep,
Yeah,
how
yeah.
to follow laws and be nice to
And
people.
we got a lot of cookies.
Okay, so
I'll put a lock on my free weights so no one can use them.
Cyrus,
How do I do that?
What?
Don't ask. They have a locking mechanism. It's the future. Whatever.
okay. So as you you head to a shuttle pod or a shuttle bay where a Diaike shuttle pod has come to pick you up. You have already entered this pod and are there waiting for them when they enter. Are you bringing anybody with you, or is it just you?
Can I have Un with me, or is Un? I don't know.
Un, before you go there, he briefs you. They are. He sort of comes into your. Let's say he comes into your bridge, the sort of captain's quarters that you were seen at earlier. Captain, I've received some interesting tips.
Oh.
Looks like the guys on the ground, the Diaike, they're throwing something called a bonding festival.
I love it. Good for them.
Yeah, big fair.
Yeah.
Celebrating our culture and their culture, and the Diaike all coming together and, doing some stuff. So while our people look at their ship and their people look at our ship, I was hoping I might take a small delegation down to the fair, take a look around, see how things are going.
You have 5 minutes to tell me everything you studied last night.
Easy peasy.
Great.
They got 3 genders. The one that you're dealing with mostly are the ones that aren't male or female. So, don't try any sexy stuff with them. It won't really work.
Well, I'm all about community. Yeah, go for it.
They're very community oriented. They care a lot about their people. They care a lot about their folks.
Well, that's been my whole goal with the Siren, so I think you should go. I think you should go learn from them, come back and bring me some tips to get that last 55% on board with me.
I think we can make that happen. I've got a pretty good idea of how to make that work. I'll see you soon, Captain.
Bye, Oon.
Bye, Captain.
Yeah, I just want to watch you guys forever. The Siren Magnolias are my favorite.
She's not the
Okay.
normal Siren. She's definitely not the normal Siren.
Oh no, we lost our music.
So uncomfortable.
Disaster. I'm gonna plug in our music, you guys.
Yay! Music.
Hey, musica!
Also
So-
wondering what's happening right now.
You step into the shuttlecraft.
And
The
I will bring a security person.
Okay, great. So it's the two of them, and also a sort of larger bipedal, only 2-armed Siren. Darker skin, clearly not from Siren Prime, and generally just sort of wider and larger than most Siren you see. Though the facial similarities are similar, same kind of fleshy insectoid thing. So you two step onto that. That's Bard and Leuven.
Hi, guys.
A pleasure to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you. I love your hair. I love your cat ears. Very pretty. Very pretty.
Might I say I am saddened I couldn't have some of your cookies.
Well, you're in luck. We are gonna do this in person. And she like awkwardly reaches like with one of her remaining like 6 arms down below and produces a platter. I keep these just in case. Don't be sad anymore.
It might be best if we refrain for now.
Oh, sure, you can get a super duper high and then you go straight down into lows. I totally get it. Don't care. And she eats one.
Just like you get super duper high and eat all these cookies.
I know what's happening too. And
Don't even worry.
No.
Yeah, they're special cookies.
Like smiley
There we
high.
go.
All right. So the boat makes its way over to the DIK vessel, where you are met by a small contingent of sort of normal-looking DIK soldiers. They walk you to a chamber. As you walk through the vessel, you notice how earthy everything is. Like, it really does feel like this place, like it's lower light, like orange tungsten kind of feel to it. Very warm, very inviting, very cozy for a big spaceship. As you walk into finally into a sort of larger room, you find yourself staring down a room with 2 tables on either side, like a desk, and then a sort of the way you might look at like a Senate subcommittee, big sort of desk over here, and that desk has 3 individuals at it. These are the 3 Fosters. The Knowledge Foster, Pyota Kiram, the Prosperity Foster, Eldeo Jarima, and finally, the Foster of Diakos sits in the middle, sitting back. The other 2 are leaning forward. He is sitting back, or they are sitting back, arms, just on a chair. That is Ali Agaramos.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Proceed, and Agaramos sort of steps forward very carefully. Proceed to your places. The Fosters shall take it from here. And he steps back and just sort of looks at the far wall.
As we go, I kind of nudge Lucy and go, this is going to be fun.
I hope so. Thank you for welcoming us, Foster Ali Agaramos. I am Captain Lucy Bard of the Pac-Ha Peacekeep, and it is a great honor to be here.
Knowledge Foster Karam stands up. I am Knowledge Foster Karam. Welcome to our vessel. And then Prosperity Foster Jarima stands up. I am Prosperity Foster Jarima. We have met previously. Welcome to our vessel. They sit, and then they both sit. Agaramos leans forward, taking his eye off the middle distance and then down to you. My Fosters shall ask you questions. We will seek understanding of your ways, and I shall judge.
Ooh.
And he steps back and looks to the middle distance. Knowledge Foster Karam leans forward. We seek understanding. Our interest is not in military aid nor material wealth,
Well, shoot.
but simply in understanding. We seek, first, a research pact with every species of the Pac-Ha Peacekeep individually, and with every vessel in your coalition individually. We will not negotiate as a bloc through your species or your vessel, but rather seek to reach understanding with each of your species and each of your vessels. How is this for you?
Ooh, kind of feels like a riddle. Now you're going to want to talk to not just me, but each one of my ships, basically, individually. And how long are these meetings going to be?
They will be ongoing information sharing arrangements. We would seek many years of said conversations once you agree to the basic terms.
And those are the basic terms. And, okay. Look, I'm going to have to talk to some people, but I think I can do it. You know, give enough cookies and my people do whatever you want. At least 45% of them.
Gaze turns to you. And we'll deal with that in a second. We're going to have you guys roll, but
Okay.
you go first. And the Peacekeep.
Unlike the Siren who are divided, the Peacekeep exists cooperatively for the greater good. The member worlds of the Pac-Ha Peacekeep wish to share their information with you and have each, by their participation in the Peacekeep, empowered the Peacekeep to negotiate on their behalf. It is the expression of the individual will of our species. It would please us very greatly to continue this discussion.
Okay. Roll 16 for Galactic Politics. Gasca, roll 17 for your Diplomacy Manipulation.
It's okay.
It's okay.
And Leuven, you're just chilling for now?
I'm chilling for now.
Okay.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
Did any?
Can I pheromone her?
Yeah. Did any of
Yeah,
our
I'm gonna
research tell us
pheromone you.
anything about the?
Roll 8 for Pheromone Calm.
Okay.
And that'll determine if I add something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna hold off on this roll.
Not good.
So you're looking for 7s and above, and then you tell me anything you crit to 0 or anything you crit to 1.
Okay.
What
Are you ready?
Yeah.
I got 3, just flat 3.
Whoa.
I know.
Okay, low roll. Low roll.
Have you considered joining the peace
too.
I've considered lots of things, and you, ma'am, are trouble.
What's that? What happened?
I only got 2, but I also didn't check if either of them were correct.
That's fine. That's not
a
going to add
fail,
much.
I know.
Go for it.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Oh, wait, tell me what you full got.
7, but I did get a couple ones.
You got a 7 with how many ones?
2.
Okay, so that's a 5. But you rolled against a 3, so it's still a success.
Yay!
So essentially that's a point for you. Jarima at this point sort of leans forward, quizzically. You say your people seek to share knowledge, but I have known the Pac-Ha to be quite the opposite. Hidden and reclusive of their knowledge. They do not share scatter beams with us. We learned crossing drive on our own. None can match the power of your transporters, not even the Siren. Your power systems are beyond our ken. And yet, you say you will give us, what? Terran axes.
Had I only Terran axes to offer, it would not be worth your time to speak. But were the Pac-Ha not generous with their technology, all I would have is Terran axes. The proof of their openness is that I stand as the captain of one of their star crossers. Any technology which we can operate, I am empowered to share and offer with you. And with any luck, that's the same thing that you told me earlier that I was allowed to ask.
That was 100% correct, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It turns to you. What they can operate. Have you any such limitations?
Absolutely not. You have to just meet a Siren to know them. Now, if I can be of any help to you, I mean, our products have been shipped through the galaxies, throughout the universe, and if I may be so bold and I approach their table, I think this desk is, I think it's a Siren Prime desk, if I'm not mistaken. So you might already have some of our goods just to show what exactly we can do in terms of giving.
Okay. This is a secondary roll. Goska, you're going to roll for negotiation. Hold on, I'm going to give you a check for that.
There it is.
Persuasion.
So hopefully this will also determine if it's not if it's a Siren Prime desk or not too.
Yeah.
If she's
Right, it's
just
like
totally
successful roll. Oh no, you are super wrong.
Oh yeah. Oh well, it looks just like ours. So you
23.
Whoa!
What is this roll?
That might be the
Check
dopest
checking the desk.
desk analysis.
Do I get bonuses for
This is
making good
the
points?
made in China
Yes,
roll.
and because you ran from a community perspective, you're going to get something else as well, 18, 19, 20. You're going to roll, because you get your bonuses for your reading, so this goes into, it adds to your
fantastic.
diplomacy check.
Yeah.
So you have a baseline of 16, but I'm going to add in your manipulation to 18, plus your DIK diplomacy for 20.
4.
And I remind you, you have willpower. Not that you need to use it, just a reminder that it's there.
Willpower adds dice, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, it does.
I got 7. One of those is a crit, and one of them is and then I have another crit fail.
Sorry, what was that?
I have 7 total. One of those is a critical success, and then additionally have a critical failure.
So those just match each other out. So
Great.
it's a 7
So
successes.
just 7 total.
How are we doing over there?
You said I have 20?
I do. What do you do?
I'm throwing 2 willpower in there, although I should next time declare that before her result. That was
Yep.
my plan.
Wait. I have 6 more dice to roll. I only have 17. Sorry.
Wait. I have 6 more dice to roll.
That's a good. I am for sure gonna keep that one. I'm gonna be like, oh, what?
I
Wait
just
a minute. I'm going to take more dice to roll.
2, 3. 3 more, so that's 10, and one of those is a critical success.
Okay, so 11.
Gosh, darn it.
How are we looking, Bard?
Yeah, we're gonna roll. We're gonna...
Okay, so you're trying to beat an 11.
I don't see that happening. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How did you do that?
Okay.
3 are outstanding.
That's true. 3 zeros, 1 1, so 7.
7. So Jarima looks to you and nods, smiling.
It is a Siren Prime desk. I told you, they're the best desks. I mean, we've got the best furniture, the best ships, anything, textiles, food, you name it.
There is a reason we brought you to these negotiations in the first place. We know well the quality of Siren manufacturing
And we share, come on.
and the advanced opportunities. But then Karam splits in from the other side. And yet, Prosperity Foster, it is not prudent to allow the Siren access to the index, for their commercial instincts may spread the index far and wide beyond what any of us might feel comfortable with.
You
And
know what
Jarima-
we stand for, and you know what our goals are. You also know what they stand for, and what their goals are, and that they do not speak with a unified voice even when they do negotiate. I feel these are important factors to consider.
Do we know what you stand for? The Pac-Ha, this is Jarima, the Pac-Ha are inscrutable. They're...
Judge them by their actions. If you believe in the greater good, judge what you have observed.
roll for it. Hit me for that 20 again.
All right.
And I look over at
Say we're
Lucy.
back live? Hey, we're back live! Hey! Welcome back, everybody. You've essentially missed some negotiations, but we're in it. This is Gasca Ueno. She's sassy. She's having a good time.
Super charismatic.
And so
Really
far,
hard.
they are currently working on negotiating between two of the Fosters, the Knowledge Foster and Prosperity Foster. So far, Captain Bard seems to be winning over the Knowledge Foster, while Gasca Ueno seems to be getting that Prosperity Foster. But we're rolling to see if maybe Captain Bard can convince her. Go for it.
And Gasca looks over at Lucy and goes, girl, you're impressing me. I haven't met a match like this in all my days. Most people are just straight up pushovers.
Well, your charisma and breadth of experience would be a welcome part of the Peacekeep if you really were interested in the greater good.
I have no problems doing business deals with you if that's what you're suggesting.
She's like, that's not what I was thinking.
Learn to roll. Okay.
Would you like a thing to roll in? Drawer.
Would you like a roll box?
A roll box, my dear.
All right. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 of those are 10s, but I got 2 1s, so that makes 9.
Yep. That is pretty good. I'm gonna roll against a defense for that.
I'm just saying, roll to not trust the Siren. How hard is that?
I don't know.
No offense intended. You're a very
How many
nice lady
successes
so
did you have in
far.
that last one? 11?
11.
Amy, is this you?
And what did you just roll? 9?
Yeah.
Okay. Ha! They rolled a 2.
That's a good noise.
Wow.
So Jarima sort of looks over to you, seeing that, like, perhaps the long-term prosperity of the DIK would be better off in your hands.
Now hold up. Now just hold up 1 second, because the things you know about the Siren, like you don't even know where I come from. You're not just getting the Siren, honey. You're getting me, okay? And I will front up the entire negotiations. Look at my skin. This is what I did for my people. I just wanted to know them all, and I got burnt to a crisp. Do I care? No. This was for everybody. And a lot of us, the people that I control, are of the same mind. We are all in this together, and we want to be in it with you.
Wow. Roll for presence. That's a 21, and I'm going to give you 2 for appealing to their sense of community, since that's such a them thing to do. So roll 23, please.
Okay.
This will be the defense roll against what she just rolled.
1, 2, 3.
You're trying to beat a 9.
4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 2 of those are success, 1's a failure, so that's 8, and then 6 more.
Why are you so good at dice?
8,
Got a fancy
9, 10, 11. 11.
Okay. Jarima looks. We have heard tell of your great deeds in aiding the farm workers of your home planet. We know how much community means to you, and your fleet is proof of this. I continue to believe that our people have more in common than we do difference.
You can't do capitalism alone, sir.
As we sit on that knife's edge, cut to the planet. The place that so that's Lieutenant Syra and good idea. The place that you have been sent is the Capital Complex for Advanced Learning. It's at the center of the sort of main primary city here in Diakos. It's colloquially known here as the Academy. It's the centerpiece of this bonding fair that they're throwing. So as soon as you get down there, you find you're hearing like drums, and you're hearing, the city street sounds, and there's dancers passing you, and there's street food all across the way. It's a whole, kind of crazy jammin' fun time. There are mostly DIK here. There's not a lot of other species, so you stick out like a sore thumb. They sort of immediately are all kind of looking at you, but they've all been informed that you guys are here. They see your Peacekeep logo, and so they let you pass. You're not stopped by anybody, at least not right away. You are... So yeah, you are sort of near this academy. You're in the middle of this fair. What do you do?
Where is the index?
You were shown by Tom that it is in a series of catacombs below, because remember, these buildings go about as high down as they do up. Down in that building is the index somewhere down there.
Okay.
So it's near the academy, which you are sort of, like, you are nearby. You could head towards the academy if you wanted to. You can look around this place. You have access to wherever you want to go, whatever you want to do.
Can we check around to see if the Siren ship has sent anyone down there? Have there been any Sirens about?
Absolutely. You want to do like a casing?
Yeah, let's case the party.
Let's check it out.
All right.
I also look very uncomfortable, but I'm like,
A couple of DIK like bump into you. Oh,
yeah. I ended up with like beads on me, and I don't.
Oh, I love that. Yes.
where they
One
came
like runs
from?
up to you and has to jump to put a lay on you.
does like a parkour up me, and I have it on, and I'm just like,
welcome to the festival.
So cute.
thank you.
Does your head burn the lay?
I value your traditions.
Well, while she's causing a scene.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like blend in.
Oh, actually, that's a great
Very
idea.
large.
So Syra's the distraction.
Yeah.
You're the investigation.
Yeah,
Yes.
she just causes the distraction while everyone goes, "Oh my stars, a burning rock monster!"
All Southern.
Let's be
I mean, I
real.
know we all are
I'm just gonna add her size to your investigation roll,
Nice.
essentially
Very
as like
large.
a check against
Smart,
that because
cool.
she's very big.
Roll to
so
be large.
You get 8 additional dice because of her distraction.
Nice.
This is an investigation roll, which for you is normally a 9, so plus 8 is 17.
I love that I'm like not even doing anything to be a distraction. I just exist.
Yeah, yeah.
As a big rock monster.
Rock monster.
Yep.
Sorry. 17? Un, deux, trois, 4.
I love this.
Doing claw 4.
This multilingual approach.
Yeah, I know, right? So impressive. 5, 6. With an equal amount of crits and fails that cancel each other out.
So what'd you get?
6.
Okay. You do actually see through all this a few Siren. One individual that absolutely looks like Unya Peth, the one whose photo you were shown by Tom.
Okay.
They are heading. They're sort of like making their way through. They're a little far away. You can't see where they're heading yet, but they're moving through the crowd.
Are they generally heading towards...
They're heading in the general vicinity towards the academy, but not towards an individual entrance or anything yet.
Okay, I'm gonna like dance with the crowd back to Syrah, and I'm gonna be like, they're heading towards the building. Don't let them in.
And I just sort of like bob my head and I'm like, gotcha.
And I'm like, and then I dance back into the crowd.
Syra does not dance
yeah.
very well.
And I'm gonna make my way towards the Sirens.
Syra, what are you up to?
Keeping watch, I guess. I'm both on the crowd and him.
Okay.
Just keeping a dart at that ankle with my eyes every once in a while, make sure that bracelet's still there.
I for sure did not ask them to like just kind of change the size of my legs when I was getting like new genetics.
Go ahead and roll a 12 for your investigation. That includes
Okay.
your study on the overview in the military.
Yeah, I'm keeping a whole lot.
Good idea. You're dancing up towards them to do
Yeah.
what? You're trying to like get close to them
1,
stealthily?
2, 3.
Not really stealthily, no. I'm just an excited. What the hell's these? They're
DIK.
Oh yeah. Okay.
DIK.
So this is a social convince. Roll 15, please.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry. 18, because you're lying. What'd you
7.
get? Nice. Okay, so a couple of things that you notice. There is a relatively sizable DIK military presence around the academy. You notice them; they're all plainclothes, but they're definitely But they are definitely military.
Okay.
They stand in the same sort of posture as all the military ones. The others are dancing. These guys aren't. Like, there's a very clear border that's being made around the academy, as if they know there might be something going on. However, the train that you see of Siren, who are heading through this, and who he is dancing up on, seem to not be heading across that blockade, but actually seem to be heading towards a dark alley around the back.
All right. Cool. Well, should I follow that?
Do you?
What would my common sense tell me to do?
Yeah, your common sense would tell you probably at the very least you want to follow him, because if they figure out who he is, that could get bad.
Then I slowly half dance my way over to him. Ladies, please.
Please.
Day.
Little mole creatures.
Day. I catch a kid trying to light a marshmallow in my head. I'm like, okay, thank you. Thank you. Your customs are delightful and I value them. Yes, it is music. Okay.
Your customs are delightful and I value them.
So I
Definitely my new favorite quote.
follow him, trying to be discreet, but I'm not very good at it.
All right, so you you head over towards him. Good idea. What'd you roll?
I rolled an 11.
Whoa!
With 5 crit successes.
Are you kidding me?
I got zeros up in this all over the
Dude,
place.
that's
I think if that
super.
happens, he has to hand you a golden ticket that says you win.
Yeah,
the
you
new
just
king of
won
this
V.A.S.T. Show's canceled. It's all over. It's
all over.
No, you. Okay, so you get up and you're sort of running up to them. I'm running up alongside them. I'm actually really glad you just rolled that because that's going to make this a lot easier. You just cut out a set piece. So you run up to them and you're kind of dancing up on them, and one of the Siren kind of looks at you a little sideways, and then starts to dance with you.
Yeah.
And you start to dance, and
Yeah,
he starts to dance, and he goes, "Yo, Un, check this guy out. He knows how to dance like a Siren." And Un Unyapeth definitely turns around and looks at you and just smiles wide.
And I dance.
Did Colin just seduce the bad guy?
I hope
I'm
so.
off-worlders. So amazing to meet you. We have read so much about you. I know everything about the mighty, amazing, capitalist, money-making Siren Ventures. Oh, awesome that you're here.
Yeah? You like the Siren, huh?
Oh, absolutely. You're the potential of your community, the way you guys think about everything. It's an engagement. It's all about community, but what's community without a little bit of monetization?
Yeah, don't I know him, man?
Absolutely. What are you doing here? This is fantastic. Welcome to our party.
Well, I don't know, man. I think I might be able to spare a few. And he reaches into his pocket and pulls out it's like a fan of money. He just pulls out a fan of Siren capital. You watch him do this from a little bit afar and realize you probably keep your distance a little bit while he goes through this.
Yeah.
And he starts to fan himself with it.
Is that a Siren mating ritual? What's happening?
He's into it so
I love it so
Are they
much.
gonna pay you for a lap dance?
Hard love.
Make it a ring.
Keep dancing.
Oh yeah.
I'm just in the back and I'm like, I love capitalism.
He walks up to you and he takes one of them, rolls it up, licks it, and just sticks it behind your ear. Which totally would have seen through the holographic disguise.
But super genetic.
He does it there.
Colin, light it in my head and smoke it. You look so cool.
You know, there's more where that comes from. Want to know how?
Absolutely. I want one of. Ooh, it even smells good. Oh, it tastes good too. Wait, that's not right. I'm sorry. I get so confused. My time with the index, it just messes me up sometimes. But tell me more. How can we do this? How can we make this happen?
I think you should probably tell. And he gets really quiet.
Oh.
I think you should probably tell me more about that index. This whole wad right here goes to you. If you can get me in that building, and you can get me out with the index. I don't need it all, man. I just need what I came for. All this comes, and don't even worry about it, man. We'll just take you on our ship. You can come be a Siren.
Ooh, see the stars?
That's how science works.
Sounds pretty good.
All the capital you could want. All the dancing you could want.
Tommy, clearly, as established, that's one of my favorite things to do.
That's been established in my pre-existing character type.
I enjoy a movement.
Yeah, we can work. I mean, we might need to talk to some friends of mine. We might need to pull a couple strings, but I think we can get you in. You know,
Well, we're heading in right now, buddy, so I don't know that we're going to be looking for a lot of time to pull strings. We don't plan to be here more than a day. These negotiations, we're going to knock the Peacekeep right out, man. You don't even know Gasca Ueno.
Ooh, well then, I mean, the Peacekeep's here, man.
What? Where? And they all of a sudden, they all get alert and, like, reach for their weapons.
Chill, my friends. She's busy looking at her dance.
And they look over at Syra. Damn it. A flame? Are you fucking kidding me?
It's okay. She's clearly busy.
Yes! Enjoy a beverage. Everyone is having fun. Children! Yes, they're small.
Okay. All right. We're gonna roll for this. Now that you put her in the spotlight.
Roll for the continuing.
I'm not. That's my like blending in.
Yeah, no, it's good.
I'm one of these people. Yes.
Are you wired? Is Tom hearing this? I'm not here, so none of these questions are really happening.
Tom is only hearing this when you let him know of this. He's not listening to you all the time.
Okay.
Roll 7 for me.
Okay. I'm not trying to be the center of attention. I was trying to blend in.
That's cool.
But I'm enormous.
He pointed you out. It's less what you were trying to do and more what he put you into.
Are those both 6s? 3, 1 is a 0. Or a 10, sorry.
Okay, so it takes you up to 4. It's good.
Okay.
So like they look at that and he looks back at you. Flame don't dance. I don't know what's going on over there. I've never seen anything like that. I don't want to get out of here. Look, you can either get us in or you can get us out, okay? I thought you were cool. You cool?
Oh, I'm super cool. I'm super cool.
All right, and then he pulls a weapon and shoves it right in your chest.
What?
Then you're gonna get us into the index right now. Cut to negotiations.
Yeah.
Well, I hope Oon's having a blast at that party.
The bonding fair is good for all, says Jarima. And Karem goes, maybe too good. Peacekeep. We are happy that you are willing to open up your negotiations to each of the individual dozen species under the Pac-Ha banner. However, there is the matter of a research pact with the Pac-Ha itself. Their technology and their understanding of the singularity that so carves its way through our galaxy is useful to us. In fact, some might call the knowledge vital, with the brightest eye experiencing what they are now. We could be next. A better understanding of how to affect the singularity is in our best interests. we will provide full access to the index. Full and unfettered. If you can promise full access to Pac-Ha sciences and a direct conduit to negotiation with the Pac-Ha Peacekeep.
I am the direct conduit to negotiation with the Pac-Ha Peacekeep. Unlike the Siren, we are who we say we are. You know us, and you know our history. You know that defense against the SLATE is our primary mission. We are composed of survivors of the aggression of the SLATE. And while financial benefit might be nice for a lot of people, our mutual defense is our primary purpose. We know that your space is vulnerable. We want to help. That which is in our power to help defend against the SLATE is yours. Beyond that, I'm not empowered to say. But unlike the Siren, I'm telling you the truth.
I mean, you're throwing some shots, and you don't even know. And you don't know that we're lying. And what are you talking about? I'm coming to you with cookies. We're straight up. Our technology, our engineering can't be done without technology. That's why we want to, of course we want the SLATE gone. Do you think I ever wanted to look like this? No, the SLATE knocked our freaking sun offline.
My world was lost as well. You know who saved me?
You know what, Lucy,
Us,
you and I are
the
very
Peacekeep.
same. You're touching my heart, girl. Let me ask this, and I'm just going to put this on the table because I'm a gambling woman. Is this deal mutually exclusive?
We believe it is in the best interest of our partnerships to not create negotiations trilaterally. As such, we seek an individual pact and an individual pact. We are willing to create information sharing, but we are not willing to open the secrets of the index to two governments simultaneously.
All right, well, what I can offer you is time. You know, the guns, the weapons, the information you have, we can engineer those things lickety-split. We have the manpower.
And I stand from my seat and bow.
They bow as well.
If I may, as a Kure'i, I grew up with very little family and very little encouragement to seek knowledge outside my own people. I understand your urge for wanting to learn for the betterment of your people. Since joining the Peacekeep and the Pac-Ha, I have been given unlimited access to many diverse and expansive cultures. I have not been limited in anything. I've been given the key of anything that I've wanted to study, and I've studied much of it. By joining with us, you will be given the same knowledge that anyone is given. It is my family now. We all move as one people. Despite your efforts and belief that your people will do with this information for the betterment of everyone, you cannot say that for all of your people. You do not have a unified movement.
Excuse me. Now your rumors have gone far and wide in this galaxy.
You have said yourself in this meeting.
There was dissension among your ranks. There was dissension among your ranks, and don't think that we didn't hear about it. So if you want to talk unity, talk it all you want, but there are bad eggs in every situation.
One bad egg is different than more than half
I don't think all of them. I haven't even talked to 33% of them.
Then how can you speak for them?
Because I still have influence. I could get them on board.
And what will you do with this knowledge?
Girl, we have to get rid of that slate, you know? We have to partner with this index, and how else are we gonna, we could move things faster. In 12 years, we could get everybody these resources. Everybody, think of it. The resources you have, everybody could have them. Everyone could be a Pac-Ha, but in their heart.
You could join the Peacekeepers.
I'm just saying, if everyone wanted to defend against the slate, they all could. With our weapons that we could build with together. Together.
Karem looks to you. It is well known weapons are useless against the slate. And your homeworld, as you rightly point out, is evidence of this disturbing lack of ability to affect it.
With your knowledge, we would be able to pivot our development. I'm not saying we weren't wrong, but we did try.
I'm going to have you guys roll. Because this is a really interesting argument when it comes to the DIK. Essentially what you've pointed out, and I think this is very smart, Leuven, is you've pointed out the singular problem that the DIK could possibly have with the Siren, which is that they cannot trust in giving the index to one of them is going to be good for giving the index to all 100% of them. Where you can sort of make a point. Now, you've made a great counter-argument that there are clearly bad eggs in the Pac-Ha Peacekeep as well. You never know. So I want you guys to roll for this. Leuven.
Yeah.
You are going to roll for social convince, which I don't think you've done before.
I have not.
Nope.
Does my
your research is definitely going to come out of this. This is your presence, your empathy, your expression, which is really low, unfortunately.
I know, I don't have a lot.
Is there anything that I've done that assists with this? Or
no, but the difficulty modifiers are kind of adjusted. They adjust as the thing goes on.
Cool.
All right, but your pheromones are going to come into it. Then and you speak DIK, incidentally.
Oh, yeah.
So you do this in DIK?
Yeah.
Great, then you get +3 for the language. And you hit them about culture. 15. Oh, wait, no! Ha 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 ha, because you studied micro-expressions.
I did.
16, you've got fur. You can do DIK micro-expressions.
Yeah, I do.
So 16.
16.
Meanwhile, UNESCO. I'm sorry, Ueno.
World
UNESCO.
Heritage Site?
Yeah, no, Ueno. I keep screwing that up. You are going to roll 23.
God damn it! Sorry.
Sorry, no more charming.
Join our crew. I don't like rolling against you.
Sorry, guys. I know we're like crazy late. I'm working on this. We're nearly there.
It's all good. Would you guys just catch them already? Please tell me you recorded this.
I do not think we recorded that particular exchange.
He said there'd be surveillance stuff. Tom said that. When we were like, how will we prove it?
There is going to be something. There is going to be something.
How you looking?
Yeah.
6, but I have 4 crits.
Crit fails?
Yeah.
19
and I have 1
total.
crit success.
Okay.
Because I got like 5 of
Great
them.
speech, rolled terribly.
Yep, that's okay. That's okay. It's
No,
not.
it
It's
isn't.
yeah. It's not all determined by the. It's not all determined by the numbers, but a lot of it is. Hold on a second.
That was really good, though.
It was a good try.
I'm good enough. I'm good in a firefight. Yeah. Okay.
Started that whole thing really thinking.
So we're not trying to get it. We're just trying to.
I'm like my heart's beating fast.
I'm shaking.
So both the Knowledge Foster and the Prosperity Foster both look to you. It is true. This is Karem, who up until now has kind of been on her side. It is true that we cannot trust in unity with the Siren Ventures. However, we do feel we can trust in profit motive. We have large banks filled with local resources, used as capital among our people. We would be willing to trade a large-scale amount of that for any research and development done for the specific purpose of ending the SLATE. If we provided you with not full index access, but simply access to that part of our index involving the SLATE, as well as a large investment of capital as a sign of goodwill, would these be appropriate conditions for an initial trade offer?
I like where your mind's at. I'm gonna up the ante a little bit. If all goes as planned in whatever the space word for a month is.
Space month.
Space month.
In a space month, we revisit these negotiations and we get a little more percentage of that index. Because unlike, I know that the SLATE, horrors be told, right? But that, as you know, is not our very, very sole responsibility here. We are providing the entire universe with a lot of products. So I love it. I love it. But after a space month, maybe we look more into the other technology you might have. We can decide those terms later.
Peacekeep. Captain Bard. Your second, while perhaps not as eloquent as you, does make an intriguing point. It is your sole operation to understand, catalog, and defeat the SLATE. We, of course, seek cooperation in this regard. But we are worried by rumors of disorder. Were we to share the full index with the Peacekeep, we would doubtless be risking exposure of our secrets to more unstable elements among your peoples, just as we would the Siren. And yet we have no way of controlling you through profit motive. And the Prosperity Foster returns. Indeed, we have no way of trusting you at all, nor trusting the Pac-Ha. So tell us, with money on the table, a simple solution, and an ongoing negotiation proposed, what is it that the Peacekeep can offer us that the Siren Ventures cannot? Why is the prosperity of Diakos improved in a relationship with your people and not with the clearly prosperous Siren Ventures?
The Siren can offer you broken promises. The Peacekeep offers you something you can trust. You heard my first officer speak. I have known her many years, and she speaks from the heart. You may look at our record. You may look at the history of the Pac-Ha. You know what we stand for, and nothing is more important to us than the defense of life and the greater good. Is that not more trustworthy than profit? For one?
Roll for it. It's our last roll on this particular regard before we move. I need you both to roll. This is a manipulation roll for 17. And Bard, this is a social convince for 20. Plus the, 22, 24. 24, please. Because that's including your Diakos.
Yeah.
Your DIK.
Can I say something?
If you want, you
Yeah.
can, if you have something to say, you might be able to bolster the roll.
Okay, yeah, I add on to hers. You say profit is an incentive of good behavior on their part. I say what happens when someone outbids you.
Add 5 for that point. That's a great point.
All right. Sorry. What am I at?
Terrible incentive
Yeah.
for trust.
These guys aren't used to doing that too much.
I know.
Sorry, Jack. What am I at? I was at like 24 and.
You were at 24, and then that added 5, so 29.
All right.
So for once, you have the bigger dice pool. Let's see how this goes.
Here, rolling that.
I'm dumping 2 more willpower
13.
in this.
And you gotta beat a 13. 13.
Well, I had 3. I had 9, and then
Yeah.
I had 3. 3 were. Oh wait, no. Sorry, that's 12. That's 12.
Yeah.
Okay, 12. I can
Cool.
do math.
29, 31 with 2 willpower dumped in.
2 willpower dumped in.
4, 8, 12.
Wait, do I have any willpower?
16,
You do. Yeah.
20.
It's
But you already rolled.
it's under your it's under your
Okay,
life.
yeah.
You have 5, and you might still have an opportunity to use them.
Okay.
Yeah.
31.
You could counter that.
You could always come over
no,
and
she
punch
just
me.
counted. That was her count.
Oh, that was her counter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this a part at a time. This is so many dice.
Totally fine.
Sorry.
This is why some of our players do the digital dice.
Nah.
Yeah, I like the physical dice.
Me too.
I just like that, like,
Well,
sexy Jeff is just staring at me the whole game with cat ears.
When dice roll, no matter
how'd
what
you do
they're
that?
doing,
It
no matter
was
what
zero.
game it is, I always go yay, and like it doesn't matter what it's for. I just love dice rolling. It's very fun because you know something's happening.
Alright. Those guys get not considered. They're not plus or minus. Okay.
That's a little better.
All right. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, plus 3 minus 1. 14.
Whoa! So close.
So close.
Oh my god.
Holy cow. Well done. Okay.
Would you guys catch them already?
So, wow, that's kind of
12 against
insane.
14?
So there were 6 points to be had among these diplomacies.
Uh-huh.
You've ended up at a 3-3.
That's great.
So, meanwhile, down on the planet. Oh no, we need to wait for Kate. So,
Oh my gosh.
we'll we'll hang with good idea at least for half a second.
Okay.
How do you react to the whole gun to your chest? You're gonna help us get into there now thing.
Don't get killed.
Super calm.
Cool.
Absolutely. But
Wait, hold on. Sorry. I just realized we're
oh yeah.
clearly not listening to the right.
I cannot guarantee that I am not about to get killed. Cannot do that.
So I have never so badly wanted to defeat someone that I also want to like be super friends
we
with.
are.
And Jessica's amazing.
But also
Please come hang out, but also die.
Did you take debate in school?
I made a character that I really liked.
At some point, you should take a look at her backstory. There's like so much stuff that's like weirdly similar between Bard and her. Like you both come from like farmland and like, she was like working for like workers' rights. It's kind of rad. She's got like some seriously cool backstory shit going on. Okay, good idea.
okay.
Gun to your chest. How do you react?
Oh, I can get you in. But you gotta follow my lead. You willing to do it, buddy? You willing to make that money? You willing to change the world?
Roll for
That guy's still seduced, right?
lying. 18. Yep. He still likes you a lot.
Oh, I didn't even check to see what gender I had. Considering the triple genders of this people. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We tied in negotiations. That is back to you guys.
7 with 3 crits, so 10.
That's not any success. He looks at you and nods.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry. Sometimes gotta try a little gunboat diplomacy. Name of the episode.
I was wondering who.
It's like this is some kind of Westworld. Right. So he puts the gun away.
Sorry,
He's
I'm
like,
still here. I'm
"Yep."
still dancing.
Yep, it's all good.
Never left.
And he looks to you. We understand there's a back entrance through a series of grates. We can go down into the facility.
Fool's errand. It's rigged to high heaven. You'll never get in. Me, I know the guy at the front. Just dance.
Okay. And good idea. Just like the siren. Just like do like a. It's the
Siren.
Siren. Sorry.
Come on.
I know. I keep screwing it up.
It's
It's the. I've been calling them sirens since I was 5. They're like dancing
dancing,
through
but we're
like
not-
the train from Beetlejuice. It's just like the.
But we're not just dancing. We're not just dancing with them. We're dancing and the demi Icos?
The Icos.
Diikos? Yeah, the other Diik? They're getting the rhythm.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, all right. You're trying to turn this into a bigger dance.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and roll. This is a. This is a dancing roll.
Please just catch them.
Perfect.
I love everything about this. Dance party subterfuge.
Technically, this is a social roll, so your worm tongue comes into play, which like doesn't feel like it should, but it's gonna.
If you don't think the worm tongue comes out when you're dancing?
Nice. You have ingratiating wanderer.
Yeah.
You have DIK culture and DIK micro expressions. You have a 16.
Wow, when you studied micro expressions, I didn't realize you'd be using it to flirt.
I use everything to flirt.
Not just to flirt, he's using it to create a dance party.
Yeah,
It's like
2, 3, 4, 5,
okay.
6,
Yeah.
7.
Siren's like,
8,
this is really what I signed up for.
9.
9?
9.
Okay. So that's a full success, verging on an outstanding. No
Okay.
crits, no ones, no zeros.
It was 8 with a crit.
Got it. All right. So it's the place starts to level up. The dance party's starting to happen. It's starting to like sort of concentric circles around you in the middle of this bonding festival.
Did Syra notice?
Syra's nearby you. She can see. She's in the sort of like outer ring of the dance.
I look confused.
Yeah. Good
to say
idea.
the
Like
least.
starting to straight up like rave over here.
Okay.
And I kind of do like a shrug, like a what's up? What's up with this? Like I'm doing like a shoulder shrug, but it's also like a, what are you doing?
And I also do the shoulder shrug back, but I also had like a, who knows?
And I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Shoulder strap.
And we head right to the front where the armed soldiers are.
Okay. So you head up sort of right over to the soldiers. And Un's like, yeah, man. Can't believe this. You got this huge distraction going. We're gonna just like walk right through. This is awesome, man. Can't believe I met you. What's your name?
This is what you're studying for.
I don't know how naming conventions are. Names, man, don't feel the name. Just feel the dance.
Roll 18 for lying.
Okay. I guess, wait, this is the great thing about box.
Nice.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I'm so stressed right now.
6, 7, but the crits cancel, so 7.
He's gonna roll against you. He rolls an 8.
No! no!
So you're like right up against those guys. And he turns to you and he goes, "No, I don't think you get this, man." He like stops dancing. "I don't think you get this, man. Like, I'm a siren. I don't do business without knowing who I'm doing business with. I like your dance and I like your style and I like that you want my capital, man. But I'm not gonna follow you past a bunch of armed guards if I don't know who you are. Because you screw me, I got 10 ships ready to kill you and your whole family. You hear me?"
You're threatening me? You're threatening me? You're threatening me? A DIK citizen? And I fluff my fur up in like terror and like fear, and I back right up into the security guards.
They immediately sort of feel you and like turn and look to the guy and they all pull their guns on the siren.
Hey, stop dancing.
What were they doing to you? Yeah, and suddenly the dancing stops.
Oh no!
What were they doing to you, citizen?
They threatened my life. They were trying to get into the index.
What? We weren't trying to do anything like that. I don't know what they're talking about. Look, we're here for the Syrian negotiations. All we were here to do was just, take things easy. We're just looking around. This guy was dancing, told us he'd show us around the academy.
I like half duck behind someone to try and sound like I'm them going, "I saw them do it!"
Okay. Roll 7 for lying.
It's probably not gonna work, but if it does,
good idea. I need you to roll 18 for lying.
I got
nothing. One of the guys turns a gun straight to you and is like, "Is that a flame? There are Pac-Ha on the planet too. How many aliens are on our planet?"
I just came for the festival. Why all the guns?
Why all the guns? That siren is armed.
All right, so what's your...
What am I rolling? 18?
Yeah.
In this situation, would you want me to confirm that he's armed? Use my hey, I'm a tactical officer, and they have weapons.
Could help.
I don't know what to do in these situations. I'm out of my depth.
1, 2, 3,
I believe in you guys.
4, 5.
Hey, I'm gonna let
I'm really
him do his
fucking up
thing.
the negotiations, so I need you to do this.
Doing okay.
You're doing great.
9.
Yeah.
Okay, high full. They're gonna roll against it. They rolled a 5.
Nice.
So they'll give you... Armed, huh? Hey, you, come here. And Un walks forward and then runs. He and all of his guys start bolting through the place.
Oh my God, Sarah, get them.
Oh yeah, can I try and tackle somebody?
Oh yeah, you can definitely try to tackle somebody.
My ship has come.
I might be losing a first officer.
And I get so excited and just throw all my beads to a bunch of kids and I'm like, "Watch this."
My time has come.
My time has come.
All right, Syra, that is a brawl check for 12.
Yeah, I was like, I know I'm better at that than I am at lying and dancing. 12, you said?
Yep.
All right.
Beat a 3.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
5 is better than 3?
Yeah. So do you want the lead guy?
Yeah,
Okay.
I want the boss.
So for that, you're only gonna get one of them. So you reach and you grab you grab Un as he runs past. You just grab him by the back of the neck and pick him up like he was a cat. You pick him. Yeah. You pick him up and his arms are flailing. No, let me down. Let me go. I'm the first officer of the Argonine. I'm here on official business. And as he's flailing, his gun falls out of his pocket and lands on the ground.
I want to shake him.
All of the DIK around him gasp.
I want to turn him upside down and shake him like the Niffler in the movie, and more guns fall out.
Falls out. No, but what does fall out are a bunch of small crystals and various projection materials, all of which just sort of fall all around the ground, as if little hollow projectors and crystals and various other pieces of paper and stuff.
And I sort of very loudly go, "So what was it you were here for again?" and like gesture to these guns, etc. to
The
all the
DIK
security
soldiers walk
officers.
forward and pick up the various guns. And they look at him. We will take him from here. He will be in DIK justice. And they take him and put him in handcuffs.
What was he doing? What was he thinking?
Meanwhile,
He got sexified.
and then meanwhile, you're
tried
you're
to
sort of
No,
getting looked at by a couple of their guards.
In that kerfuffle, in
Yeah.
the chase,
Yeah.
like I do my best to just vanish.
Okay, cool. Stealth roll.
Yes, you'd be much better at that than me.
That's a 3.
Not particularly good at it.
Oh, a 3. Oh, geez.
Yeah, he has bad stealth.
Oh, it's
My backup
be as
plan
bad
is
as
that
me.
if he gets caught, we're just gonna argue it's because we can't.
Though actually, you know what?
consider it.
Add 5 for your disguise. I really,
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
do need to count your disguise into this. So add 5 to the disguise.
and I want to like edge in front of him.
Roll to be big again.
Can I roll to be big and like
Yeah.
in front of him?
Yeah, you can. I mean, you don't need to roll for that. I'll just count that in
Okay.
the difficulty.
All right.
Whoop.
One is
Okay.
one is a crit though.
Oh, one is a crit.
Oh, then that's a 3.
3.
That's fine. You just
Huzzah.
needed a minor success.
Yay!
So yeah,
Yay.
you fade into the crowd.
Great.
They no longer see you. The two of you are now free to move about the thing as they all start to, they chase after the other
They're gonna catch
Siren
the rest
guys.
of them.
They're gonna catch
we're
them
not,
down.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're not leaving anyone unclocked.
Nope. I mean, you can go try to catch them if you like, but I mean, the DIK are running after them. They're heading into the DIK city.
Cool.
They can't hide for long.
Sweet. All right. So we should head back. Probably.
Yeah. Do one of you maybe want to let
Yeah.
upstairs know what's up?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Yeah. Let's do that. Can I
Go.
comes?
Yeah. So
You could probably explain the situation better. But
Syra, you comms
Yeah.
directly to who?
Captain.
Are we
You comms
locked
to the
up
captain.
still?
Yeah,
or-
you're on lockdown, so you get Tom.
Okay.
So he checks in with you. Hey, I'm seeing some really strange stuff on the Siren vessel. I broke into the first officer's quarters, and I've got what seemed to be a whole series of maps and pre-planning discussions. I don't think their captain's in on it, but I'm pretty sure he was.
Yeah. I mean, first off, Tom, respect. I like your style. Second off, some stuff just went down. I'm never gonna know his name. Never gonna remember it. The guy that we caught.
Oh,
Stopped.
Un?
Oon.
Oh, it's just Un. Never mind.
Un
Wow.
Yapet.
That's embarrassing. We just,
Uni.
yeah, we just got Un and a group of people working for him trying to break into the academy. I don't know what else to say. I'm bad at this stuff.
No, that's good.
Armed.
Armed, heavily armed, and with plans, etc. The security guards down here are tracking down the rest of that mission. But it's bad. It got. Yeah.
Oh. He did.
Amazing. The fact that we have direct evidence of that is enough to turn the investigation, turn to the negotiations. I'm going to make sure that this information gets to the negotiators right away.
Golly.
Tom, this is a good idea.
Good idea. How are you?
I've been better. Feeling great though, all things considered. Good dance moves. You should know, he said he was under orders. He said he was here on the captain's orders.
What?
Did he?
He did, he screamed it out.
All I'm seeing, well, I mean, he was probably doing that to,
Hey, Winks
that's
as
his
good
cover, one assumes.
Winks as good as a nod. Lies as good as a noose.
Okay, man, if you want to convince him of that,
Not a
Stop messing with the truth. We
don't
already
need to-
caught them.
no,
I'm not
no,
here on it. I'm not
it
saying
is a
any of
huge
this.
social convince. What you were suggesting is that he knows their captain isn't involved in this. You are suggesting that he relay the information to the captain that their captain is involved in this.
I'm suggesting that
Because of a thing
takes-
he said to cover his own ass.
We don't know what all we know is what he yelled out. What he yelled out is, as he was getting arrested, I'm here on my captain's orders.
Yes, that's his cover story. You know enough to know that.
So if he had a gun on him,
Do you have common
then he was
sense?
here for his captain's orders. His captain must have ordered him to have a
Do
gun.
I have enough
No, but
common sense?
that
to,
must be a fact.
That's not the case. No.
Because
what he is telling you is that he's broken into this guy's quarters and knows for a fact that this guy has put.
I mean, all he knows is what he's ever
together.
found in.
Right. So I'm saying you can roll to negotiate him.
Oh, sure,
towards that.
yeah. I mean,
Cool.
this is the game of statecraft.
Indeed. So 15.
It's not a.
Why you? It's fine.
It's just. I don't need to convince him of anything. I just need to. He just needs
You
to
do.
know all the weapons of his.
You do need to convince him. In fact.
1, 2,
I don't need to convince him, but I will roll.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, he's gonna roll against that because it's a full success. You rolled a 4.
Okay.
Copy that. I must have been must have misunderstood the evidence here in the quarters. I'll communicate it properly to the captain. Out.
Oh, fuck.
You receive a private communication. Elise Agaramos, the foster, leans forward. What is so important?
Only the most important new information would be worth interrupting this process. But I believe you will want to know. The DIK on the planet have just apprehended a band of Siren, led by Gaska's first officer, attempting to infiltrate the Academy and steal the Index.
What?
Armed.
What? This is... Did you know of this?
No.
Do your people have any idea if she knew of this?
Do you mean Oon?
I'm being told he claimed he was under orders.
No, he wanted to go to the party, and I said sure, and then I came in here with you. I swear to the space people, I'm.
We must take this into account.
I would hope you would.
Captain Ueno, it is my judgment that the Siren Ventures shall leave DIK space. We shall re-engage in negotiations at such a time as the DIK have picked a more suitable representative, one that does not seek subterfuge while displaying open arms.
What? Okay, look. What have you?
Be gone! And there's suddenly a force field surrounds your desk, securing you inside of it.
Good. No.
Captain Bard, the DIK welcome you into a peaceful transaction of knowledge and power. Our index and selected secrets of it shall be open to you. The larger scale of this, or let me dial that back. Where once we would have given you access to some elements of the index, we now will give you access to all of them for your help in protecting and aiding us in the protection of the index.
This is a tremendous honor. But that, protection and the mutual defense, it's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. We will engage, we will reconvene tomorrow and for the next week to negotiate the terms of this arrangement. In the meantime, we will initially proceed by downloading aspects of the SLATE information as per our initial discussions. We hope the Pac-Ha will be ready to use it at its earliest opportunity.
Absolutely. It has been a tremendous pleasure, Fosters.
Our honor. The deal is done!
The deal is done!
And they sort of fade back into the darkness, and a door is open to you. A door is not open to you. You are left in the force field.
All right. Well, as she exits, I kind of give her a good negotiating thumbs up.
You have like a.
It's kind of a but it's like a nod of respect too. Like, oh, I'm not used to losing.
Not how it happens.
No cookies for you, Mary.
Yeah.
So with that said, you have successfully stopped the Siren from doing all that craziness that they were planning on doing. You have, at least from the perspective of the game, falsely implicated Gasca Ueno in this ruse, which I'm hoping will come back to haunt us when Gasca comes back with like cyborg arms and like so I look forward to bringing Amy back for more of that. Since we didn't get to use it for like half the game, and Gasca's awesome. So we're totally going to do so just throwing you into the writer's room for season 2. Assuming it's season 2, I'm not announcing anything, sorry. So in the short term though, I would like to just give you a heads up about something that you discover within this thing, because it's something to think about as we head deeper into the game, and then we're going to kind of wrap this up. You know what? Actually, no. Let's do this as a team. Let's do this as an actual character thing rather than me just like handing it to you. We're all back in the conference room. It's the next day. Good idea. You're back. Syra, you're back. You're out of your disguise.
Good.
You've returned back to looking like you. You're all back there. Information from the index has been making its way through your systems. You've been getting these checks. And Tom has been primarily responsible for looking through it. On your way in, Tom stops you outside of the room. Captain Bard, that was a hell of a thing you did in there. Gasca Ueno's a negotiator well known across the galaxy. There's not many people that could pull together 45% of the Siren ventures. And you just outplayed her.
Syra and Good Idea did all the hard work. And Lubin.
You passed the buck a lot. And I get that. I know how easy it is as a Terran to look out at the rest of the world and see everyone else as special. Everyone else has 5 arms and 7 eyes and rock skin and fur and whatever the hell Ueno has. He doesn't do this. That's just me being sassy. We just have each other. We just have the knowledge that we came this far. Look, I know you know who I am. I know you know who my family is. Everyone in my family, for generations now, has tried to live down the memory of the one woman who was willing to step into a room and force everyone to work together. Now, I'm not some princess sojourner. I'm just me. I work for the Pac-Ha. I get dirty when I need to. And I support good people like you. And I spend a lot of time letting other people take credit for my accomplishments. But when I go to bed every night and I dream about talking for 52 hours in front of a crowd of humans who don't know whether they should go to the stars or not. I dream of my family's glory. Seeing you out there, making a difference the way you are, it brings me hope that someday there'll be grandchildren of yours that are thinking the same thing. History affected as hard by them, or by you, as mine was by her.
Well, she didn't do it for glory.
No, I guess she didn't.
But thank you.
Thank you. It's good to see another one of us out in the stars.
Been a while.
Ain't it just? And you guys step into the conference room and you sit down at the conference table, and Tom casually throws another one of the discs on the table.
Just put the discs in.
Just loves it.
Load them.
He loves load them.
Once again, I'm like, I like your style.
And it spins and it pops up. He goes, I took the liberty of debriefing some of your records. Are you aware of what happened to your ship while you were coming out of the SLATE?
I know it got kind of weird.
Ha, kind of weird is right. And it pops up a He like moves his hand a little bit, and it pops up a display on the holographics of your ship and its path through the slate. And all around your ship, as it heads through the slate, suddenly there's this, if you were to look at an X-ray, it's almost like a mass that's building around your ship, around through the white, and actually pushing the mass off of the ship. This right here, I don't know what this is. None of us do. I've never seen anything like this. And that was enough for me. That was a hell of a mystery. Something happened to your ship heading through this space that I've never encountered before. But let me tell you something even stranger. This is the first info dump we got on the slate from the DIK. Yep. And it knocks up next to it like a, shuffleboard. And it pops up a second thing, and it's a similar thing. It's a small piece of like what looks like slate radiation, and then a growing mass inside of it that grows and then collapses. This is the only trade they ever made with the brightest eye. A single piece of information. I don't know anybody that's made an information sharing agreement with the brightest eye. That's the DIK for you. But this thing, this radiation, whatever it is, it seems to have legitimate anti-slate properties. We don't know anything about it. We don't know how to generate it. In fact, all we see is the shadow of it. The DIK don't even have a word for it. The brightest eye don't have a scientific way of understanding it. Their science is well behind most of us. But this is the first solid lead we've ever had towards stopping the slate. And I think the biggest clue to it is here on this ship. So watch yourselves. Something's going on here. Something historic. And I think I'm going to stick around and see what it is. With your permission, Captain.
Yeah. Tom's cool. Sounds like a plan. It's a start!
It's a start. And with that, we will end episode 1.5 of V.A.S.T, entitled Gunboat Diplomacy. Whoa. That was our longest episode, partially because we took a much larger break than normal, but you did it! You won! I want to thank Amy Horkel. Thank you so much, Amy, for coming on to V.A.S.T. This is super amazing.
Thanks for having me.
I want to thank Amy, Gina, Colin, Kate. I want to thank the Brightest Eye team who've been on the chat, hanging out. I want to thank Rick Budd, Emmett Fury, Isaiah Sampson, Rick Budd, everybody who's been on the chat to fill this out. I want to thank you, the fans, for sticking with us, even though we had some technical difficulties and we got emotional and all this stuff.
Jeff, we missed
I miss Jeff. I love you, Jeff. Come back, Jeff. And here's the crazy thing, you guys. You know who will be back next week?
Who?
Everyone! That's right. Next week is the first of a thing that I have been doing in the Star Trek game since it began. It is my favorite thing to do when I do these multi-party games. I'm doing a crossover. Episode 6 of V.A.S.T, which is going to be the last episode before we take our winter break. We will be back in January. But before we go on that break, I want to show you what this game is fully capable of. I'm going to take the Pac-Ha
Operational!
Yep, this fully operational battle station will finally commence just in time for Rogue One. I'm doing all the tie-in there. This Pac-Ha Peacekeep vessel and the Brightest Eye vessel, both here in studio, playing together in a mission. It's going to be awesome and weird and crazy, and trust me when I tell you, you do not know what is about to happen. It's going to be nuts. So I can't wait. I can't wait for you to see it. And then we will be back in January, continuing on Alpha with alternating episodes, Brightest Eye and Pac-Ha Peacekeep, assuming they both make it through next week. I am so get psyched, you guys. So again, thank you very much for sticking with us. I've been Jackson Lanzing. This has been V.A.S.T. I'll see you in the future.